Enthusiasm.
Okay, I have a quick theory on this one.
Okay.
When you're up north and it's cold most of the year, when it gets hot, you're just like, I want ice cream now.
Right. Yes.
It's so nice here year round. We're like, nah, I can always get ice cream.
Well, I wonder if it's here people get frustrated because maybe it melts quickly, it gets messy, and they're like, I don't want to deal with the mess. But I'm like, it's worth it.
I'm thinking Blizzard for lunch.
Stop.
All I need.
What flavor?
Butterfinger and M&M's. I'm in.
Oh, Oreo over here.
We're out of time. See you guys.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. We'll have to pull down that QR code that you see there. President Trump is not speaking right now. That was yesterday evening, I guess that was. But we are following breaking news this morning. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Already a busy day. I want to let you know that Governor DeSantis still speaking right now in Wildwood, where he unveiled a statue of Abraham Lincoln. If you would like to watch his remarks, we are streaming that on YouTube right now. We will have a little bit more from that for you coming up in a little bit. But I want to give you a live look right now at the U.S. Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., final day of the term, and they released some major opinions, including a decision that upholds birthright citizenship. That is something that the Trump administration had signed an executive order looking to do away with, but the court today deciding that, ruling that executive order violates the 14th Amendment of the Constitution and upholding birthright citizenship. This is a major decision. This is something that President Trump had again been trying to do away with that executive order. And so we're following up today on the reaction to this. We have asks out to a number of our members of Congress as well. Now, Governor DeSantis, I mentioned he was holding that news conference in Wildwood. He was asked about this just moments after the decision came down. Here's what he said.
You guys see what was the 6-3? Alito, Thomas, and who else in the dissent? See, you know these things, like, you know Alito and Thomas are on the right side. I mean, like, you don't even have to, like, know the thing. You just know, like, no matter what happens, they're going to be on the right side of it.
Almost got it.
Sorry, this is real-time news, guys. We're doing the best we can.
I think Roberts gave the opinion.
No, I knew that he would do that, yeah. The case will have a syllabus where they'll list it out on the front page or one of the first pages who's doing it. Anyways, 6-3.
Thomas, Alito, and Gorsuch sided with Trump and the rest.
Okay, all right. So we'll have to see. Look, if they said that there's nothing you can do short of constitutional amendment to limit, then that's going to be a really devastating decision. If they said can't do it through executive order, but you can do it through Congress. I'm not saying this Congress that hasn't done much is going to necessarily come on and do it, but at least you have an avenue where you can run on this. And I think it's really, really important. You know, the thing about, I look around the country and, you know, we've had people, and you see it in some of these election results, you know, some of the people that have been brought in over the last 20, 30 years, they don't like the country. You know, they want to import where they came from, which, you know, some of these countries are really messed up, and ultimately expect us to change to go in that direction. And I just think that, first of all, that's not the way I would want to live. But second of all, how ridiculous. I mean, imagine like if some of us like showed up in France and we just showed us, oh yeah, you got to start doing, like, they would laugh at you, right? I mean, like, that's just not the way it is. So this birthright is an issue in terms of people can come. You kind of have, if you have kids, then it's hard for them to remove you at that point, and that's definitely been game. There's no question. But it's a larger issue about not just illegal immigration, but who is legally being let into the country, and are these folks people that are rejecting, you know, kind of the American way of life? And I think, unfortunately, we've seen that in larger numbers over the years. In any event, we will look at that decision, and we may have some more comments on it as we go forward.
So that was the initial reaction, again, very clearly just in the immediate moments after the news of that breaking about 30 minutes ago or so. Now, for some additional context on this and reaction, we are pleased to be joined this morning by immigration attorney Elizabeth Ritchie, who is joining us live now via Zoom. Elizabeth, we always appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me back. It's an exciting day for sure.
First, I want to get your reaction to this. The Supreme Court upholding birthright citizenship because of the long settled understanding of the 14th Amendment. Your thoughts?
Exactly. This is an uphold of 125 years of law, and it's basically means that if you're born in this country, you're a U.S. citizen, full stop, no need for further discussion. Despite what the governor just said, this is not about bringing, quote, messed up values to the United States. This is about power just as much as it is about immigration. And it shows that the president cannot, with the stroke of a pen, change the Constitution. If we are going to change who is a U.S. citizen by birth, that would either have to be through the Constitution or Congress would have to make some exceptions. But for now, if you're born in the United States, regardless of your parents' domicile, you are indeed a U.S. citizen.
Is this the decision you expected today, Elizabeth?
I did, and I think President Trump expected it as well. He did mention that he thought the court would come to the, quote, wrong decision because obviously he had this executive order that he hoped would withstand scrutiny. But I did expect the court to agree that for the past 125 years, we've been doing it right. And that if you're born on U.S. soil, that's a principle called jus solis, Latin for if you're born in the United States or born on U.S. soil, you're a U.S. citizen. So I did expect the court to decide this way. It's 6-3, so it's pretty clear that the court was pretty confident in their decision. The dissent was basically on a different level. The dissenters believed in part that this was a statutory, not a constitutional issue, but regardless, 6-3, it's clear the court agrees that this is the law of the land and that if you're born in the United States, you're a U.S. citizen, full stop.
Is there anything to take away, in your opinion, from kind of the coalitions here? You know, obviously Roberts, the Chief Justice, writing the majority opinion here, was joined by a couple of the more conservative justices, Amy Coney Barrett, and then Brett Kavanaugh concurred in the judgment. He did dissent in part, but concurred in the judgment. Does anything stand out to you about that?
Sure. I don't want people to be confusing apples with oranges here. This is not about the economy. This is not about values. This is a constitutional question about whether if you're born in the United States, you're a citizen or not. The president had been talking about the financial and economic ramifications of that. That's not what this is about. This is strictly about whether someone born in the United States is a U.S. citizen and whether that can be changed by executive order. And the short answer is that it cannot.
And so what is your, were there concerns among maybe clients of yours or conversations about what would happen if this decision were the other way? I'm just curious about kind of the lead up to this. I know you said that this was the decision you expected, but I'm just curious if there was ever any discussion over what might have happened.
Well, I think the concern is not just among immigrants or people who are not U.S. citizens having children here. I think the question was much broader and the concern was much broader than that. If the president can change the Constitution by executive order in this regard, what else can the president do by executive order? So anybody who's concerned about the Constitution and upholding the rule of law for 100 plus years, that's who was concerned about what was going to happen today. So I think it's reassuring to those of us who are concerned about the Constitution and want to see if we're going to have changes, them made through Congress, or that it's taken up as a constitutional amendment, but not as an executive order.
Well, Immigration Attorney Elizabeth Ritchie, we appreciate you joining us and giving your reaction to this case. Always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break right now. Let me give you another live look outside the Supreme Court of the United States. Again, that was a big decision today, one of several high-profile decisions that have come out in the past couple of days. And then today, another big one where the Supreme Court ruled, essentially upholding state bans on transgender athletes. We did see the president react to that on social media just a little bit ago. He has not posted on Truth Social about the Birthright citizenship case, but he did post this just a little bit ago saying, well, this was about the political spending. So that was another big decision that came today. He said the Supreme Court just took restrictions off of that, a big win for Republicans, and more importantly, the First Amendment. He also said here, big win, the United States Supreme Court just ruled against men playing in women's sports. Wow, that takes that ridiculous situation off the table, signed President Donald J. Trump. Again, no reaction from him yet on social media when it comes to the Birthright citizenship case. We are going to continue to track this and track reaction to it as well, so keep it right here. We also have a lot of other news to cover throughout the day, so keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we'll be right back. But first, again, let me go ahead and give you that live look outside the Supreme Court. Keep it right here.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We were just talking about a big decision by the Supreme Court. We're also watching a case in federal court here in Orlando. We're talking about Christopher Delgado. This is a case we've been following for a little bit. He was in court today in Orlando for a plea hearing. And joining us live now to talk about what happened in court just moments ago, we're joined by Fox 35 investigative reporter Marie Ettinger, who joins us live now. And Marie, we appreciate you joining us. Take us inside the courtroom today.
Sure. So this was a pretty straightforward hearing. It was just the judge walking through with Chris Delgado, talking about the plea hearing that the plea agreement that he had already signed. He did wind up pleading guilty. He says that he is going to have his sentencing in a couple of months, maybe 3 months. What this means, though, is that he cannot change his plea. That was part of the agreement. clear that his sentence that the judge imposes is worse than he was anticipating, worse than the government had suggested they were vying for. But he can't change his plea. So he's up against what he's up against. We're going to find out what that is moving forward. There were a lot of victims in today's hearing. The courtroom was packed in a way it had not been in the past. Talk with some of them just about how they're feeling. They're still not quite satisfied. A lot of that is because, one, they don't have their money back yet. And two, they're still watching somebody in court say, yes, I did this. Yes, these are my victims. Yes, I took your money and I did run this. Hearing him admit to all those things didn't really turn out to make any victims feel better and had thought it might. I talked with some of them ahead of the hearing, and they were thinking that that might be something that gave them a little bit of peace. It really hasn't, because they don't have their money back, and they still went through everything that they've gone through in the meantime.
Now, what was any reaction? Sorry, Marie, we're having some audio issues here. I was getting some feedback there. What was the reaction from attorneys here?
Okay, so the Department of Justice is not able to comment except through their specific media reps. I just got off the phone with those media reps for the government. They aren't able to reveal too much about what's next in this case, but they are checking for me right now to see what they're allowed to tell me. What that tells me so far is that this isn't over. There are still steps that they're going to be taking in the collection of money, or whether there could be other people who wind up culpable for this. That's what we're waiting to find out. Chris Delgado's attorney is saying there absolutely are other people culpable. Even the plea agreement itself says there are co-conspirators he worked with. And so that is what they focused on. They're saying that the co-conspirators should be held accountable. We weren't able to talk with Delgado's attorney after the hearing, and he says that Delgado is the only one who's working on getting restitution for victims, and that there are other people, they say, who, quote, hold themselves up as pillars of the community who are not yet being held accountable, but they believe that they should be.
So what happens now? You mentioned restitution. What happens now?
A lot happens from here. There is going to be a sentencing hearing in 2 to 3 months, like I mentioned. That's when we find out what Delgado will actually be up against. He has a maximum of 50 years in prison that he could be facing for the 3 different counts that he has just admitted that he is guilty of. We don't know how much of that time he'll actually serve. And then he's responsible for returning $250 million or more in restitution to victims, but that's only a portion of the money that Goliath actually got from victims. The government says it could be as much as $720 million. There's also a bankruptcy hearing going on right now, or excuse me, bankruptcy proceedings going on right now. That accounts for a little over $500 million. And so the plea agreement that Delgado has just signed and fessed up to in court says that there's $250 million at least that he's responsible for returning. That'll include the forfeiture of a bunch of assets to the government. That's several different properties all across Central Florida, along with a number of luxury vehicles and tons and tons and tons of jewelry, some of that here in the U.S., some of it in other countries that he is now working to get back. And the government did emphasize today that that's part of the plea agreement, that he is going to work with them to get back some of the things that he's storing in, for instance, Dubai. We know that some of the jewels are there. So lots of watches, lots of Tiffany necklaces and bracelets, things like that. Those are in Dubai. He is responsible for getting them back to the government to eventually wind up paying restitution to victims.
What about response from Delgado or any sort of comments to the court, to victims? Have we heard anything along the way?
Nothing of that sort. We did hope to speak with him after the hearing today. He skedaddled. We talked with his attorneys instead. And there is an opportunity at the sentencing hearing for victims to speak up and talk to him directly about what he did to them and how he affected their lives and their trust, their finances, of course, but in some cases, their health, they say. That will be at the next hearing. And Delgado has not publicly apologized to victims in court or anything like that. So that will be something that we hear down the line, hopefully. But as for his perspective on today, we didn't get that.
So when is that next sentencing hearing?
That'll be 2 to 3 months. So the date is not yet set. And just that'll be overseen by the magistrate judge. So he'll make a recommendation to the district judge about sentencing. But the actual sentencing that the district judge agrees to or decides on might be different from what the magistrate judge is recommending. So the magistrate judge will write something up ahead of time and make that recommendation to the district judge for review at a date that is not yet formally set.
Oh, Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you joining us live outside the federal courthouse. Interesting developments in this case. I know you've been tracking for a while. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Stuffy.
Thanks, Marie.
No. Why are you?
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. Brooks, big story. We're still talking about that heat, not just here, but all across, all across the country, but across much of the country.
Absolutely, yeah. The entire East Coast, as we head into this 4th of July weekend, is going to be mired in some serious heat. It could be deadly. So this is like the real deal for the big cities of the Northeast, where a lot of people don't have air conditioning. They could see high temperatures there reaching or surpassing 105 degrees before the heat index, with a heat index in excess of 115 to 120. I mean, this is real deal heat for the Northeast. A lot of folks that are not accustomed to it. People in their prime who are young and healthy are going to feel stress, not to mention people with comorbidities, with advanced age and all of that stuff. So we'll talk about that. First off, though, for Florida, our big weather story, and I say this ironically, is a cold front. Now, it's not a true cold front. It's not going to make us any colder, but it's a dividing line between really tropical air and comparatively drier air, which, again, ironically, is being drawn down from what could become a tropical system, a cold front born from a tropical system. Okay, so we got this low pressure system off of Bermuda that right now is connected to a front, so it's not tropical, but the front is very weak and it's going to fade away. Again, just a dividing line between drier air being forced southward out of the Carolinas. As that fades away, that low pressure system might become a depression and then work west toward the southeast, bringing a little bit of rain. So what does that mean for us? Why am I watching this boundary? Well, beyond the fact that obviously there's something in our backyard, or in this case our front yard, that may develop into a tropical system, it's really going to be the deciding deciding factor in how much rain we get today and exactly where. I'll show you that. First off, 10% chance this develops, no real threat. A low chance of developing, only a rainmaker if it does. But a broad low pressure is forming and it may become tropical. The model's kind of drifted toward the west through the late part of the week. But as the week continues, you'll notice that that closed low opens up because there's going to be what's called wind shear. The conditions becoming less favorable with time. So it only has really a narrow window of today and tomorrow before it's not going to do much other than draw tropical moisture into the southeast and into Florida, upping our rain chances as we head toward the weekend. So a lot of factors going into it. On radar, we're going to see a very defined line of where storms set up this afternoon, probably around or after lunchtime. So in about the next hour or so, and I'm thinking St. John's River will be the dividing line. From there west, it's game on for some storms this afternoon. Some could be numerous and quite heavy. But behind the front, in Palm Coast, Daytona, Titusville, Melbourne, very little, if any, rain in the forecast. Today's going to be a day where we could get some real soakers around the attractions and all the way back toward Tampa. Some areas picking up 2 to 4 inches of rain. So it's really going to be an area where a lot of us get a lot of us get nothing. Well, the heat wave is the big national weather story, and this is going to be one of the biggest in over 15 years for some cities in the Northeast, especially Philadelphia. They could see highs near 108 degrees for highs before the heat index Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So folks there are watching this extremely carefully. We often talk about heat in the summer. People dismiss it cynically and say, I know it's summertime, it's hot, this is not a story. But this is a story. And while we have the luxury of having air conditioning in Florida and across the South is a commonplace thing, in the Northeast they really don't. And this extreme level of heat, as illustrated in purple, means that it's not just a one-day thing, it's like a multi-day thing. And the problem is that heat stress accumulates. So if you go to bed at night and the low temperature where you live in a city is 85 degrees from the urban heat island effect, where it doesn't really cool down, your body doesn't really get a break, and so that can really accumulate and lead to heat exhaustion, heat stroke, and heat is concluded to be, from the National Weather Service and every major meteorological association, society, and organization, heat is considered the biggest killer in the U.S. as far as weather impacts go. And in 2023 and 2024, the direct impact from those heat deaths was more than all other weather hazards combined. Hurricanes, tornadoes, flooding, lightning. Take all those weather-related deaths, heat still outweighed them. So this really is a serious thing. Washington, D.C., Philly, New York, obviously major metroplex from the Northeast and also the center of the America 250. 4th of July celebrations. A lot of people are going to be outside on the National Mall and celebrating, doing stuff outside, and so they're going to have to be extremely cautious. And it could get really hot even into southern New England, Boston area, Providence. Okay, let's talk about the next 12 hours here in Florida. We're going to go from 92 at 1 to 93 at 2. Our rain chances today will become highest between probably 2 and 3 o'clock and then tend to dissipate after that. So it'll be an earlier onset to the rain than what we've seen in days past. High today of 89 at Daytona Beach. Notice how the icon on the map shows partly cloudy skies versus the rain once you get into Bithlo and DeLand. So there will be a dividing line where there's very little rain. Rain chances will go down tomorrow just a little bit because we'll be behind the front even in Orlando. So we'll catch some scattered showers around. But then we get back to the Thursday, Friday setup of likely thunderstorms as moisture from that possible future tropical system work into the peninsula. What does this mean for the 4th of July? Well, the weekend here in Florida is going to be a lot cooler, by some 10 degrees cooler than the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. High of only 94. With the humidity, it's going to feel like about 105 to 106 degrees. So, of course, take it easy. And the 7-day forecast, very similar. We have the benefit here in Florida of the sea breeze from both sides when it gets really hot, and that tends to regulate our heat. Our typical high 91, we will be a couple of degrees above that, but nothing to write home about. About a 60% chance of rain, though, with the rain chances ramping up Friday through the weekend with the arrival of that tropical air from the Atlantic. So, Garrett, a pretty dynamic setup out there. Yeah. Big takeaway today is that on the Atlantic coast, we're going to see very little rain this afternoon, but once you get a little bit farther inland toward St. John's River into, say, Deltona, Orlando, Kissimmee, a lot higher rain chances.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
And let's give you a live look right now over downtown Orlando and Lake Eola on this Tuesday morning. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood spoke with Fox 35 just a little bit ago, talking about how an overdose death investigation led to 50 arrest warrants being served by the Sheriff's Office, by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and by the FBI. This was a big operation going on earlier today, I should say, where some folks were accused of selling drugs out of a church and the house right next door. Here is what Sheriff Chitwood told us about this operation just a little bit ago.
So in 2025, we begin investigating, the Sheriff's Office begins investigating a series of overdose deaths. New Smyrna had a couple of them, Holly Hill, Edgewater, and even one in Orange City. As a result of that, we begin an investigation, and we soon learned Daytona Beach's police department is investigating almost the same individuals for crimes of violence and drug dealing. So we brought the FBI in. We were able to get up on a wiretap, and we were able to put them under close surveillance. And today was a culmination of that. Total, we have 50 arrest warrants out there and 10 search warrants. Daytona Beach served 5 of them. We served 5. It was a massive law enforcement effort. We had every police agency in Volusia County involved, FBI SWAT team, FDLE SWAT team, Flagler, Brevard, and Seminole SWAT teams as well to hit everything in a timed attack. The church here, Greater Harvest Church, was really the main focal point of this. There's the church that's owned by a pastor, and the house right next to it that we hit, it's owned by the pastor on the same parcel of land. That building was headquartered of a gang that called themselves Cutthroat Murderers. And out of that house is where all the drugs was coming in, being distributed out of that house, and all the firearms used in a recent spate of shootings were coming out of that house. Now, apparently, the pastor's children and grandchildren didn't learn a little bit of a Bible quote there, that what things do shall not inherit, those shall not inherit the kingdom of God. Clearly, there were a blight on society. You're looking at 4 overdose deaths. God knows how many other overdose and lives were ruined just on the drug part. And then you go back to the shootings that were going on. And everybody that we're going after, this isn't their first rodeo. Extensive criminal histories, shootings, and drugs. So I think today, Volusia County is going to be a little bit safer because of the combined efforts of all of our law enforcement agencies. We nicknamed our operation Holy Rollers because everything's centered around the church. And again, everybody involved. This was a 24/7, 365-day operation to try to bring this network down.
How long was you guys? How long was this operation, or how long did it take to make this bust?
It's over a year. Over a year of investigating and search warrants and subpoenas and everything that went on. Surveillance, coordinating information. You know, the great thing is everybody came together because everybody knew that these people we're targeting here, these aren't teetotalers. These are our shooters. These are our prolific drug dealers. Let's go after them. So the FBI, FDLE, Daytona Beach Police Department, us, all the police departments in East Volusia County were on board with this entire operation.
Can you tell me what the overdose deaths were caused by? Was it fentanyl or what?
The target, primarily what they were bringing in and selling, was fentanyl, cocaine, and methamphetamine. The overdose deaths obviously were tied to fentanyl. So there's still a lot of moving parts that are going on to this. We still have one. We probably have, on my end, we had 28 of those 50-odd warrants. We probably have a little less than half in custody right now. So we have transitioned from searching homes and serving search warrants to now we're out on the street tracking the rest of our predators.
Are you going to push the state's attorney or whoever to tie these people in with the deaths?
The good thing is the state attorney has been with us since last year. So ever since we came to them and said, here's what we're developing investigatively, they assigned us a state attorney. So we had a state attorney that was with us every step of the way. Every search warrant, the wiretaps that went up, the surveillances that went up, the state attorney's office has been with us from ground zero. And again, you know, a lot of this goes to what we started several years ago, the overdose death task force. It was those detectives investigating the death that saw a commonality in 4 of the deaths and the overdose, and they're like, hey, we need to really get into this because we're getting a lot of good intel here from the deceased. And that's what really got it. That's what really got it running. So I'm really proud of everybody. I mean, we had a massive briefing here yesterday, and to see all of the agencies, all in unison, understand, hey, we're going after some dangerous people. All of us work together nonstop to make sure this day came possible. And like I said, I'm proud of everything we've done. I think we've made a big impact here, temporarily anyway, because you know somebody's going to fill the void. But the message should be loud and clear. If your ass is coming here to sell dope, chances are you're going to end up in jail. Might not get you today, might not get you tomorrow, but we're going to get you.
Are you going to try to tie the church in itself? Because I know if it's drug-related felony, you can confiscate.
We're going to be working closely on that end, because here's the other thing: it's tax exempt. So you got a tax exempt property. Selling dope is a major clubhouse, right? It's a major function. It's 25 yards from the church. It's in the same parcel of land. The mother of the bad guys and the grandmother of the bad guys is a pastor of that church. So when you're doing surveillance on Sunday, you got people going on in their Sunday best to worship, and 25 yards away, you got a bunch of thugs and criminals and dope dealers that are destroying lives and killing people and shooting people coming in at the same time, walking in and out of that house.
The other thing, you said that they're actually considered a gang. Now, will that tie like a RICO?
It should be an enhancer. They are self-describe themselves as the cutthroat gang. That's how they describe themselves. So there's a lot of things that are still moving. There's still a lot of moving parts here. But the most important thing was round them all up, get them in custody. Some of these people, if the judges and the prosecutors do their job, they'll never see the light of day based on their prior histories.
So I don't know if you have this already, but can you tell me like some of the things, like the most obnoxious thing that you guys actually got today? Was it just the people or the amount of?
Well, they're still searching. You still have 10 properties being searched as we go through right now. The most important thing was to get them in custody. Whatever we recover. But a lot of the stuff has gone on for the past year. So, you know, there has been confiscations for the past year. There has been weapons recovered for the past year. So, you know, it's whatever residuals we turn up now. But there's some heavy players in there that we're looking for. I mean, I'll give you one. This guy, we call him he's our bonus guy. Last Thursday, he fled from us, and we sticked him on I-95. So one of the guys we're looking for in this is a Jakari Walker. He's got a VOP for fleeing and looting from police. We chased him on I-95 last Thursday night, sticked him. He managed to get out of the car, get over a fence, and get away from us. There was a plethora of trafficking in fentanyl, cocaine, and methamphetamine, firearm in the car. He's a nasty individual. We're coming for him big time. So these are the guys that we're going after. They're the repeat guys with guns and drugs. And like I said, I couldn't be prouder of the effort that my organization, Daytona Beach, and all the other organizations put forward.
Does it surprise you? I mean, I know being in law enforcement for so long, I mean, me being in this for so long, nothing really surprises me, but a church of all places, and you can't tell me she did not know what was going on over there.
There's no doubt she knows, because what was interesting is when she showed up on the scene, she didn't talk to me. She didn't talk to law enforcement. There were some kids in the house. Her grandchildren or great grandchildren were in that house, and she came over and they called her to come and pick them up, and then she put them in her Mercedes-Benz and drove away. So there's no way you cannot know what your son and your grandkids are up to. It's no way. The whole neighborhood sees the traffic that's coming in and out here. I think what they used is, or they tried to think that, hey, this is part of a church property. This is probably going to be a good cover for us, right? Who's going to be looking at it? But the problem is, it's like night and day. You got a church building here, and then you got this building with all of this nefarious activities going on. You know, it's really not that hard to draw the nexus there that, you know, how could you not know it's right next to you? It's right next to your church.
Volusia Sheriff Mike Chitwood just a few minutes ago. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
put Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. The push is on to get Tampa Bay Rays third baseman Junior Caminero into the All-Star game. This All-Star game going to be in Philadelphia coming up as we're celebrating America 250. So it would be great to see Caminero get that honor and recognition, and you have the chance to help with that. Now, joining us live now to talk about this is Alex Murphy from the Raise the Roof. And Alex, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Of course. Thank you guys so much for having me on, as always.
So, Alex, I mean, it's encouraging to see that he's one of the top finalists for this position and for the American League in the upcoming All-Star Game, July 14th. Your reaction to what we have seen when it comes to the voting so far and Caminero's place in it?
Yeah, so I think that the voting falls in line to what's happened many times before. I mean, you can go back a decade ago to when the Royals had, or I guess Royals fans had, were able to vote, at one point, 8 of the 9 players in the starting lineup were all Royals players. So it's not shocking when a team and a fan base, or I guess a team mobilizes their fan base in order to get more votes, as we've seen with the Braves time and time again. We've seen with the Dodgers time and time again. Of course, with the Blue Jays, I mean, when you have basically an entire country at your disposal, things like that are going to happen. I will say Junior is more than well-deserved to have gotten a finalist at third base. I think it's a crime that Yandy didn't get in top 3, or I guess top 2. He wouldn't have gotten it over Jordan, because Jordan was one of the top vote getters of anyone in the American League, so I'm not that shocked about it. But to not see him at least get top 2 there and at least have him fight with Jordan sucks. But on the Junior side of things, I'm so glad that he's a finalist. He is the best third baseman in baseball right now. There is not a question about it. You can look at counting stats. You can look at analytics. You can look at expanded stats. You can look at anything. He is the best third baseman in baseball without a question. And this last week of him getting AL Player of the Week honors, hitting 7 home runs in 6 games, the 3-homer game a couple days ago, he has solidified himself as the premier third baseman in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, that's saying something, because this is a position that has some big stars, but for Caminero to already at this young age to be showing this and be deserving, like you said, of starting, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at last year was last year was the appetizer to, I think, what people were going to expect from him, or what people now expect of him as a player. And I know a lot of people were skeptical about how he was going to do in the transition from Steinbrenner to the Trop, which I think was a silly comparison anyways, because he's just, I mean, he's the raw talent, the power's insane. He's shown a great eye at the plate. And if you look at his strikeout rate and walk rate, I mean, the walk rate has increased dramatically this season. I think he only walked 41 times last year. He's already approaching 50 walks halfway through the season. So that's incredibly impressive. And the strikeout rate has gone down slightly too. So he's more patient at the plate, which is pretty obvious considering that he's one of the, 3 hitters on the team for the Rays that's been consistently as productive as he's been. And yet he's still finding ways to produce. He's still finding ways to drive the ball with power. I mean, his exit velo, like his swing speed is the highest in baseball, if not one of the highest in baseball. And then on top of that, his exit velos are among the highest in baseball. And it's so fluid for him. It's so easy for him. Genuinely, it's so much fun to watch him and to have him, or I guess to have seen him have the kind of run that he's gone on over the last week or so is so much fun. And I'm glad that Major League Baseball, and I'm glad that just baseball fans across the country and across the world are actually seeing how good he is. Because we get to see that every day as Rays fans, and now everyone is seeing, oh my God, this guy just hit a ball 463 feet to a part of Tropicana Field that no one hits a ball to. So things like that are so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because the recognition, to me is a big part of it. I mean, for fans across baseball to recognize how good he is and the performance that, like you said, Rays fans are seeing day in and day out. That's huge. I mean, that's big for the Rays. That's big for Junior Caminero to get that recognition. That would be huge to see him, potentially win the fan vote. I mean, how cool is that?
I mean, it's awesome. If you look at it last year, he didn't win the fan vote, but he did start in the American League at third base. So people already got a taste on the national side of just how good he was. He also reached the finals of the Home Run Derby, had a fantastic performance there. I'm curious and excited to see if he does it again. I will be at the Home Run Derby this year in Philly, which is a homecoming of me of sorts, but it would be awesome to see him there again. And as we saw after the Derby, he definitely played well in the second half. That didn't really seem like the home run, power or anything like that. The swing changed, and he was incredibly successful in the second half of the season. But yeah, I mean, if you look at what he did on a national stage last season, he's gone through all that. He's already shown the country and the world, I am Junior Caminero. I am here. I'm really good at baseball, and you should watch me play. So I'm hoping that he gets that opportunity again, whether it be the exact same way that he did it last year. He finds a way to start again, and then he's in the Derby again. But just him being on the team and people recognizing him, and more people understanding just how good of a player he is great. Not only for baseball, but it's great for the Rays that they're this superstar, this generational talent, this cornerstone piece of the franchise is emerging more and more. And I mean, we have to put everything into context here. This is his second full season in the big leagues, because he had 23, 24 he played. He had some like a cup of coffee here and there. 24 he played a little bit more, but 25 was his first full season. 26 is his second full season in the big leagues, and he's performing to levels that I don't know if any Rays fan fully expected that he was going to this early on. I'm sure that a lot of Rays fans thought he was going to be really good. I don't know if they thought he was going to be really, really, really MVP level good at the age of 22. So seeing all of this happen with him so young into his MLB career, and a lot of people recognizing it, it's great for all parties, and I'm really hoping that he gets rewarded accordingly and finds his way to start his second straight All-Star game, which is not something that happens a lot, especially for the Rays.
Yeah, and just before I let you go, Alex, talk about how important Caminero is to this Rays team. I mean, when he's hot, like we've seen him kind of turn it back on. That's huge for this team.
100%. Yeah, he is as much of an important piece in the clubhouse and in the dugout as he is on the field. He is honestly, he has turned himself into a fantastic leader for this team. He is a very vocal guy. He's someone that the other guys on the team respond to. He is, and we saw that last year too. He's someone who hypes other guys up in the dugout. He's someone who is very energetic, positive all the time. Just a lot of positive things with him. Just as a person, like a really, really great role model, a great person to model your game after. He's been willing to, take up learning English a lot more. So a lot more of his interviews are English first interviews, which is awesome to see. I mean, he didn't have to do that. It didn't matter what language he spoke. But now that he's doing that, I mean, that's incredibly awesome to see that he's taking those strides and that he's taking that initiative on his own end to do that. And then, I mean, the play on the field speaks for itself. He is an insane player. Like I mentioned, the patience has increased so much and has improved so much. The power speaks for itself. He can hit to all fields. And then also defensively, he has improved a lot over the last couple of months. I mean, we remember at the start of the season, it was like errors aplenty. He was the worst defensive third baseman in baseball by DRS, defensive runs saved. And now he's improved drastically, and he's been one of the better third basemen defensively in baseball over the last month or two. So like his success is so important to the success of the Rays. When you don't have a lot of, like, when you look at the lineup as a whole, there's clearly three really good players in Aranda, Yandy, and Junior, and then there's a drop-off from everyone else. And that's not, that's no offense to everyone else. It's just when you have three really good players like that, those three players are going to stand out in your lineup. So to have Junior be as consistent as he is, be as productive as he is, and be just as great of an influence as he is, it's really helped to balance this team out. So, like, I mean, I think it's understated how important his presence for this team is.
Alex Murphy, Raise the Roof. Always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks so much for having me on, as always, guys. Appreciate it.
We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Check out the Abraham Lincoln statue that was just unveiled today in Wildwood. Governor Ron DeSantis at the news conference unveiling this alongside the Florida Secretary of State, the Visit Florida President and CEO as well. Again, part of the America 250 celebrations and commemorations across the state of Florida. We've seen the state unveil a number of these statues in different locations all across the Sunshine State. You see him holding a copy of the Emancipation Proclamation in his hand there of this statue. So a neat thing to see. And as part of our America 250 celebrations, we have been looking at some different aspects of history and Florida's role in that. We've got another fascinating story to share with you today, and that is about the Lincoln conspirators, those who were accused in the plot of killing the president, held for a time in the Florida Keys. And so joining us live now to share more about this story and Florida's role in it, we are pleased to be joined today by Dave Taylor, owner and author, LincolnConspirators.com. Dave, thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks so much, Garrett, for having me.
Dave, so this is obviously a huge part of American history. Talk to us about the role that Florida played in the aftermath of the Lincoln assassination.
Yeah, Florida has, it's unique in that it really is, it ends the story really when it comes to the tragedy of Abraham Lincoln's assassination, which of course we know he was murdered by actor John Wilkes Booth at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. There's a massive manhunt to find the assassin and anyone connected with him. Booth is killed 12 days after the murder of Lincoln. He's cornered in Virginia. The nation still wants justice. And so there's this huge investigation to see who else was involved with this. And so 8 individuals are kind of found and they put on trial, and 4 are executed. And then the other 4 are sent to the Dry Tortugas in order to, carry out their final, imprisonment. And 3 are given life sentences and 1 just a 6-year sentence. And so finally the nation, kind of after the execution of these main conspirators and the imprisonment of these other 4, the story kind of ends, and now there's this healing process that happens that Lincoln has been avenged.
And talk with us about Fort Jefferson and what we're looking at and why that was the place that these people were held.
Yeah, it is very unique because Fort Jefferson was not designed to be a prison. It started building it in the 1840s as a result of, during the War of 1812, the British were able to land on American soil, march all the way up to D.C. and burn the White House. So it became very clear that we needed a coastal defense system. And so a series of these large masonry forts were designed to be put across, the coast of the United States. And so Fort Jefferson is one of these forts, and it was built, way into the Keys. So it's 68 miles west of Key West on a key called Garden Key, and they started constructing it in the 1840s. But it was a lot of work to bring out the manpower and And in fact, even when the Civil War started, the fort wasn't done yet. They weren't done completing it. There were no cannons, and you have Florida secede and join the Confederacy, and yet Fort Jefferson, because of its isolated nature, remained in Union hands throughout the war. And eventually they turned it into a prison where they would send military prisoners, Union soldiers who, were guilty of theft or murder or other military crimes. They were sent to Fort Jefferson. And so it just became a prison. And then when the Lincoln conspirators were tried and it was decided where should we put them, they originally were going to send them to a penitentiary in Albany, New York, but it was decided we need to get these guys as far away from everyone else as possible. Let's send them to the Dry Tortugas, to Fort Jefferson, where there's no chance of anyone breaking them out, and they really will be out of sight and out of mind.
Were there attempts to escape?
So there were a lot of escape attempts from Fort Jefferson. Very hard to do because you are just in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. But there were lots of attempts by people who were in prison there, other prisoners, and only one attempt by one of the Lincoln conspirators, and that was Dr. Samuel Mudd, who is most well known for setting John Wilkes Booth's broken leg after the assassin shot Lincoln. Mudd had also known Booth earlier, and that is why he was kind of wrapped up in this. But Mudd and the rest of the other three are imprisoned at Fort Jefferson, and Mudd decides about 2 months after being there, so in September of 1865, they get there in July, Mudd tries to make an attempt to escape, where he sneaks aboard a supply ship that came to the fort as it needed. It's still today, the Park Service has supply ships that come all the time. And so Dr. Mudd snuck aboard a ship, hid below deck, but because he was such a well-known prisoner, because he was not just a regular military prisoner, but one of the Lincoln conspirators, they noticed he was missing, searched the ship, and they found him hiding in a coal bunker. And after that, he was brought back into the fort, and he was sent into what they called the dungeon, which was a cell that was right near the moat, and it smelled bad, and it sometimes flooded, and so he had to spend some time there as punishment for his attempt to escape. But after that, he never tried escaping again.
An interesting time in American history. There were congressional investigations after this as well.
Well, after, you had the military trial of the conspirators in 1865, which today, we're having the Supreme Court case about the 14th Amendment. The author of the Birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment was a man named John Bingham. He also acted as the prosecutor for the Lincoln conspirators trial. So we have that connection today. There was an attempt to try to, at the time, to maybe connect who became President Andrew Johnson with his predecessor's death. Johnson, no one expected Johnson as the vice president to ever become. He became president, he really acted against the Republican Party, who had kind of helped to elect him. And so there was an attempt to connect him to Lincoln's death. And that included, they sent in 1867, a congressional committee sent a notary public to the Dry Tortugas to interview the conspirators there to see if they could dig up any dirt, to see if maybe Johnson was somehow involved in Lincoln's death. He didn't, and so it came for nothing. But there was a congressional committee that kind of interviewed the conspirators, trying to see if they could find anything to incriminate Johnson, because they really didn't like how he was running the country. They found a different means to impeach him, or attempt to impeach and remove him. So just like today, a lot of partisan bitterness between the two parties.
Well, it is fascinating to learn about and hear the history, and also how Florida plays a part in some of these major stories. Really fascinating stuff. Dave, where can folks learn more?
Lots of great books. I have a website that's lincolnconspirators.com, where I write about the history of Lincoln's assassination. I also have a 12-hour bus tour that runs from D.C. all the way to John Wilkes Booth's death in Virginia, and that's lincolnassassinationtours.com. If you want to listen to me for 12 hours, tell you the whole story about all these people, it's a great way to experience the history firsthand.
Dave Taylor, owner and author of LincolnConspirators.com. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing that history with us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. I mentioned the unveiling of that Abraham Lincoln statue. I do want to play for you some of the remarks from Governor DeSantis at that news conference just a little bit ago, where he unveiled that statue. Again, this was in Wildwood, just outside the Villages in Sumter County. Held a news conference alongside the State Secretary of State and some other officials. So here was the governor unveiling that Abraham Lincoln statue as we get closer to America's 250th anniversary.
I know we brought the air conditioning out here, so thank you guys for bearing with us. We're unveiling this. You know, normally you do remarks and then you guys sit down. We do. But I think it's better to just show it so that I'm not speaking in front of a black. So do you guys want to go maybe just pull it off? And then we'll see. We'll let everyone know why we're here. All right. So we're happy to be here. That's Secretary of State Cord Byrd and Visit Florida President CEO Brian Griffin. We also have Reps Chamberlain and Yukowski, State Attorney Bill Gladson, Sumter County Sheriff Pat Breeden, Sumter State College President John Temple, Villages CEO Robert Chandler. I want to thank everybody for doing that. We're here to help bring in America 250. This is a long-running thing we've been doing. I think Cord and I started talking about this in 2024, about what Florida would do to be able to honor this really historic occasion. And one of the things that we said we were going to do was all the counties that are named after founding fathers, we were going to commission statues in their honor. And so you got Franklin, Ben Franklin in Franklin County, Hamilton in Hamilton County, Madison in Madison County. When blue states take these statues down, the market value goes down. I get them at a discount. I'm showering the state with statues. It's amazing. But we really believe in honoring the history, the founders. Really an important thing. And I know that there's been a movement recently to kind of tear down those remembrances and to denigrate the founding of this country. We reject that entirely here in the free state of Florida. We understand. We understand that this was an important moment, not just in the history of the United States, obviously, but in all of human history. And certainly, if you go back the last, 1,000, 1,500 years, I don't know that there was a single moment that was more important to human freedom than that announcement of independence and the eventual signing of the Declaration of Independence. But throughout that, and we want to do that, and that's the main focus, but what we've also done is recognize people that exemplified the founding principles of this country and also honored them. And part of the reason we did that was because go fast forward, 1776, they do the Declaration. 1787, they do the Constitution. Ben Franklin's walking out of that convention, and he's asked, did you give us a republic or a monarchy? And his answer was, a republic if you can keep it. So they didn't think that they answered these questions for all time. They thought that they were giving the American people just the ticket to the dance to determine whether people could govern themselves. But ultimately, you'd have to have every generation of Americans step up and be counted and defend freedom. And so we've honored people who have done that throughout our history. We did a statue in St. Augustine for Frederick Douglass. He did a big speech there in 1889, and that was something that was very meaningful. We commissioned a statue of President Reagan at Florida International University. The president's house was named after him many years ago, and he obviously was down in South Florida fighting communism in the 1980s, and that's a great statue. We've also done, I did Calvin Coolidge at the Bach Tower Gardens. Amazing statue, very successful, underrated president, and he was there in Central Florida to commission the Bach Tower back in 1929. That was the final trip he took as president before he turned over the reins. So we've done all these, and we're going to continue to do more. And obviously, President Lincoln is part of that. But I don't want people to think that somehow we're just doing this this because it's kind of in vogue for America 250. From the day I took office, we've placed an emphasis on civics education, because you can have people that go on to be welders or business people or doctors or all this other stuff. Every single person we graduate out of our K-12 system is going to be called upon to exercise the duties of being an American citizen. And we're not doing our job if we're just graduating a bunch of blank slates who don't have the understanding of what it means to be an American. They need that foundation to be able to be good citizens. So we not only boosted civics education in terms of the standards and the amount of civics that you need in our school system, but we created speech and debate program, which was not really very big in Florida. Now every school district has speech and debate. We just hosted the state championship in April at New College in Sarasota. The winner got a $50,000 scholarship, which in Florida, we have the lowest in-state tuition in the country, so $6,300 is the same as when I took office. We haven't let them raise it one penny, even in spite of all the inflation. We've held the line on that. So $50,000, that pays for more than 4 years of tuition, not even close. And then we gave prizes to the others, and there was an America 250. I was just, the other day, I was in, it was Tampa, somewhere, and one of the little girls came and said she won the America 250 essay contest that we did, and she got a scholarship, and she's in like 5th grade or 4th. So these are really important. But one thing we noticed was, I can sit there and say, this is the standard. You got to learn this. You got to learn that. You got to learn all these great things. That's fine, but you need teachers that really understand this and are passionate about it. And the reality is, apart from Florida, most universities in this country are not emphasizing the Western canon and the Western tradition. They typically view the Founding Fathers negatively, as well as the intellectual influences that led to the formation of the United States of America. Part of it's a political agenda. Some of it is they say, oh, well, why would we listen to some philosopher who was like a white male? And it's just kind of the DEI mindset of what. But the thing is the reason why the U.S. has succeeded is because it was built on a pillar of truth and justice and liberty that really is enduring in its importance. And so we looked at that and said, okay, we got to have teachers that really get this, and it's not necessarily even their fault if they go to shoehorn you and they're told, that the Founding Fathers are bad. That's just the nature of it. So we're going to create this Civic Seal of Excellence program. Our K-12 teachers can go through that program. It's a 50-hour course. We got some of the best scholars in the country to lecture on all these different building blocks. You go back to ancient Greece and ancient Rome. You go back to the Enlightenment. You go back to the Christian tradition. You go to British common law. All these different things that led to this is very important to understand. So they go through that program. They get a $3,000 bonus for going through the program. We've had 21,000 teachers participate in this, and it's purely optional. You don't have to do it. And we've paid out over $60 million in bonuses. And the budget I just signed has more of that. We're going to continue that going forward.
That was Governor DeSantis unveiling that statue earlier today in Wildwood. He also took questions for a while. We'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. So now that new statue there that folks can see, and we also just a little bit ago shared some interesting history with you about Florida's role in the aftermath of the Lincoln assassination. Well, we still have much more to come here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon now, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. An interesting hearing today on Capitol Hill of the House Task Force on the Declassification of Federal Secrets. This is a task force put together by the House Oversight Committee that is looking into a number of things, the MLK, JFK assassinations, UFOs, things like that. It's chaired by Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, a Republican from Florida in the Tampa area, and she is the chair of that. Today they had a hearing called Mind Control and Accountability, Uncovering the Truth of the CIA's MK Ultra project. I want to play for you just the opening remarks that Congressman Luna gave at the beginning, at the outset of that hearing on Capitol Hill just a little bit ago.
This hearing from the Task Force on Declassification of Federal Secrets will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. This hearing is about the crimes committed by the Central Intelligence Agency against the American citizens and the decades of secrecy used to conceal them. The American people deserve a complete and truthful record. The victims and their families deserve acknowledgement, and this Congress has a constitutional obligation to ensure that full declassification is not delayed any longer. Project MKUltra was not a policy failure or an overzealous program that got out of hand. It was a deliberate, systematic governmental operation that subjected American citizens, prisoners, hospital patients, veterans, ordinary people to LSD, electroshock, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, psychological torture without their knowledge or consent. This went on for 20 years on American soil, funded by American taxpayer dollars and authorized by the very top of U.S. intelligence apparatus. And this program, when it did end, the men who ran it did not cooperate with investigators. They did not come forward. They committed another crime. They destroyed evidence. The documents this task force has reviewed are unambiguous. In January 1973, the director of the CIA, Richard Helms, prepared to leave office. He personally ordered the destruction of MKUltra records. The CIA official document in writing states, over my stated objectives, the MKUltra files were destroyed by the order of DCI Mr. Helms shortly before his departure from office. A separate internal account confirms that Helms telephoned Dr. Gottlieb directly and instructed him to destroy, quote, all files pertaining to drug research and associated activities. Gottlieb compiled 4 people, spent an entire day tearing, burning down 152 files. Then Gottlieb had his personal papers destroyed by his secretary before he retired. The head of the CIA-owned Records Center protested the destruction in writing, but he was overruled. That is obstruction of justice. That is criminal destruction of federal records, and neither individuals were ever charged with a crime for it. Helms received a $2,000 fine for lying to Congress about an unrelated matter and collected his government pension until he died. Gottlieb retired in rural Virginia and wrote poetry. No one went to prison. No victim was ever formally compensated by the government for the harm that they caused. By 1975, the Church Committee and the Rockefeller Commission had already established through sworn testimony and the surviving 1963 Inspector General report that MKUltra existed and that the CIA had run a program of human experimentation on unwitting Americans. The scope and detail of what we know today is largely because of an accident. In 1977, an archivist diligently complying with a FOIA request discovered 7 boxes of MKUltra financial records that had been misfiled and escaped the bonfire. Those 7 boxes included the names of institutions, the name of subprojects, the researchers who participated, the specific operation that the CIA had funded, and without them, the vast majority of MKUltra would only be a rumor, just as Helms and Gottlieb intended. Those 7 boxes revealed that MKUltra comprised at least 149 subprojects, operated across more than 80 institutions, and involved 185 non-government researchers. They revealed that the CIA covertly contributed $375,000 to a hospital research wing, which was approved directly by DCI Alan Dulles, which Richard Helms concurrence so the agency could use unwitting patients as experimental subjects in what their own documents called a hospital safe house. The CIA's Inspector General said in 1963 his classified report concluded that the program had exceeded the agency's legal chapter, and covert testing on unwitting subjects placed the rights and interests of U.S. citizens in jeopardy. The program ran for a decade that we know of, and they ignored their own watchdog. Let me be clear what I believe that we are dealing with here. Administering drugs to people without their knowledge or consent, subjecting humans to psychological torture, and using prisoners and hospital patients as non-consenting research subjects. These are crimes against humanity. The Central Intelligence Agency committed them, and then the director of the CIA was ordering the destruction of evidence. Today, we will hear from two witnesses who have spent years unraveling the cover-up that our government ordered. Stephen Kinzer documented the life and crimes of Sidney Gottlieb in his book, Prisoner of Chief, and Tom O'Neill spent over 20 years investigating what the CIA buried and what they obscured that, in my mind, constitute some of the worst notorious crimes against humanity in the 20th century. Their persistence in the research in this hearing is possible simply because they are patriots. The American people deserve the complete record. The victims and their families deserve acknowledgement, accountability, and justice. And this Congress has a constitutional obligation to make sure that the CIA never does this again. With that, I'm going to be opening up first questions, and I'll hold my questions to the end to Representative Burleson. But before I do pass it, I did want to just note, a few weeks ago, we did receive reports. There's some back and forth regarding the CIA and ODNI pertaining to new MKUltra boxes that were discovered. Myself and Representative Burleson did go down to Langley. We did meet with the CIA, and the CIA is currently in the process of declassifying newly found documentation, although the documents, and I feel comfortable enough to share it here, pertain specifically to a forgery program that was being housed under MKUltra. So as soon as those files are released, we will be putting out notification with your help to also comb through some of the newly released documents, but I did want to give you a quick update. Without further ado, I would like to now recognize Representative Eric Burleson for his questions.
So that hearing earlier today, we also heard from Congressman Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Florida, represents Orlando in the state's 10th congressional district. He spoke at a news conference earlier today, and he reacted to the Supreme Court's decision on birthright citizenship. Here is what he had to say.
Look, Republicans are not serious about this issue. It's always been about politics, and we'll see how the president, responds to this. But I'm sure he'll, there'll be a couple hundred words that he'll put out. But this was the right decision. The crazy part is that it wasn't a unanimous decision. I think that's the most shocking for us. But look, the Supreme Court playing politics and being cheerleaders isn't unique these days. Last one.
Yeah, Congressman. Also on SCOTUS decisions, your reaction to the Supreme Court ruling that transgender youth cannot participate in scholastic sports?
This is unfortunate. This is a group that prides themselves on states' rights. I think being a kid is hard enough these days, and for these justices and for politicians to say that they know better is incredibly tough. We tend to believe in leaving this up to local sports organizations and groups who have figured this out. The International Olympic Committee has figured this out. Where I live and where Ted lives, the California Interscholastic Federation has figured out rules of the road. I don't know why those decisions can't be made locally, and why we can't allow coaches and teachers and parents and kids to arrive at a conclusion that they can live with. But this court believes a little differently.
I would just add, we need to pass the Equality Act. Okay, and in a Democratic majority, we will be passing the Equality Act. we need to pass the Equality Act, and in the Democratic majority, we will be passing the Equality Act. I also just want to say on the birthright citizenship case, the 14th Amendment was written to deal with citizenship for the formerly enslaved. And so while this case spoke about a different group of people, I just want to celebrate and affirm that that amendment still stands, and we celebrate that today.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we heard from a couple of other members of Congress at that news conference as well, speaking about the birthright citizenship decision and the other Supreme Court decision. We'll try to get you those remarks from Congressman Frost coming up in a little bit. We are hearing from President Trump as well, weighing in on Truth Social, saying the Supreme Court upheld birthright citizenship, which is too bad for our country, but we can easily make it up in Congress through legislation with the support of the president. That has now been determined during this process. No long and unwieldy constitutional amendment is necessary. Congress should start today to work on ending expensive and unfair to our country birthright citizenship. They will have my complete and total support. Just a quick note here. The Supreme Court did say that the executive order ran afoul of the 14th Amendment, and so I'm no constitutional law scholar, but it would appear that there would be some different opinions from the president here on whether a constitutional amendment or whether just statutory law would be enough to make that change. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A couple of big sports betting stories this week coming out that we are following up on today. The first, that the MLB Players Association, in these ongoing negotiations right now, collective bargaining, looking to ban individual prop bets to help combat harassment from disgruntled gamblers. We are also following up on the allegations of a sports betting scheme involving point shaving in the NBA, making headlines this week with 9-year NBA veteran Malik Beasley indicted on federal charges. So joining us live now to talk about these stories, pleased to be joined this afternoon by David Purdom, who is a ESPN gambling reporter, joining us live now via Zoom. David, thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
You got it.
So let's start with MLB here and the Players Association looking to ban prop bets. This is something that we have seen some pushback on when it comes to these prop bets because of some of the vulnerabilities out there and what the doors that it kind of opens up here. What's the argument that the Players Association is making in kind of wanting to get rid of these?
Yeah, there are two arguments where prop bets cause concern. The first is they're more vulnerable to manipulation. We had 2 Cleveland Guardians pitchers indicted on charges that they manipulated pitches so bettors could bet whether it be a ball or a strike. And there's opportunities like that where a single player can manipulate his performance for betting scheme. The second one, as you mentioned, is player harassment. Fans, bettors, they get angry, they threaten people online. There have been threats to people's children, to players' families, and it's really a big, bad concern, and it's a really kind of a growing concern as well. So they think by eliminating prop bets and those individual players, it will combat both of those issues.
And what has the response been from Major League Baseball? Is this something that they might be open to, or what has their response been? Do we know?
So Major League Baseball has not responded directly to the PA's request for this. This is done in a negotiation, so there's going to be some back and forth. However, after those Guardians indictments that we talked about, Major League Baseball asked its partner sports books to limit the amount you can wager on first pitches. First pitch of an inning being a ball of a strike. Will it be over or under 90 miles an hour or whatever it was? They said, hey, no more. You can't bet more than $250. The second part of that, they said, and not only that, but you can't put these in parlays. And parlays, for people that don't know, are multiple bets that escalate the payout. So you have to bet 3 things and your payout gets up to 5 to 6 to 1 on that. So they wanted that to eliminate the escalated payout and to kind of limit the amount total that can be bet to kind of combat the incentive to fix kind of those prop bets.
For those following the kind of collective bargaining, discussions, we have heard for a while now about how big of a sticking point things like salary cap and salary floor might be. How big of a sticking point could an issue like this be? Do we know?
Boy, that's a tough question. I do not know how big of a sticking point it was. I know that Major League Baseball said they wanted to respond to the MLBPA's request on the negotiating table. So those things are going to be discussed over the negotiating table.
Now let's talk about this emerging NBA scandal. What do we know about the situation with Malik Beasley, the indictments against him, and allegations of another point shaving scheme kind of rocking the NBA here?
Yeah, this actually is centered back on prop bets like we just talked about. Malik Beasley, a veteran player, along with Ed Davis, a former NBA player, according to a federal indictment, they designed a scheme that was centered on Malik Beasley's statistics. And Beasley agreed to manipulate his performance in 4 games according to the indictment, so that the bettors and Davis could place wagers on his statistics. There were things like he was going to say, okay, I'm going to get under 3.5 rebounds in this certain game, or under 4 rebounds, or I'm going to score fewer points in this game than the betting line. And so he revealed that in the indictment, and they are charged with fraud, wire conspiracy, and sports bribery.
So what happens now with this? See, this isn't the first issue we have heard of involving NBA players, but with high profile scandals like this. So now what?
Yeah, we're on the 5th and 6th players. Beasley and Davis are the 5th and 6th NBA current or past players that have been named in indictments. We're all around gambling. Now, all of these alleged games that were compromised were back from the 2023-2024 season. We haven't had any reports of suspicious activity since then. And in fact, in the indictment, Davis said that, hey, we've seen some news reports about other scandals. Let's cut this off. And so they stopped doing it around mid-April. So while these scandals are going to be an issue, there's hopefully maybe a deterrence factor going on where people are seeing that, hey, if we get caught doing this, not only will we lose our career, but we may end up in an indictment, a federal indictment. So there may be some deterrence factor going on, but it's something we got to pay attention to.
I also want to get your opinion here and your perspective, I should say, David. You just kind of big picture, because we're kind of seeing some new ground being covered here. Now that it's just a different era with legalized sports betting, but I think what we're seeing is still a lot of ground and things that need to be clarified and things that need to be cracked down on. Is this something that we should have seen coming?
Well, I think what you have right now is 39 states have launched legal sports betting markets, and that's all since 2018 when the Supreme Court kind of opened a path. Before then, basically Nevada was the only state. So now you've got this big widespread legal sports betting market, and as you mentioned, people are trying to adjust to what are the rules and what will get me in trouble and what can I do legally. In addition to those 39 states, now you have these things called prediction markets, which are basically where you can buy and sell on your sports picks. And those are available in all 50 states, and big money is being wagered on those. If you look right now, LeBron James, his next team, they're allowing people to trade on that. And there's been over $6 million already traded on LeBron James' next team. So you're seeing a lot of big money, and anytime there's big money involved, people need to pay very close attention because people will try to manipulate the system.
Yeah, when you're talking about those prediction markets, a lot of things that are still kind of in a gray area. Do we expect that to be something too that these leagues, if not state and federal authorities, kind of create some clearer restrictions on?
Yeah, I mean, you have the prediction markets are regulated under a federal body called the CFTC. That is being pushed back against by the states who say, no, this is just another form of sports betting, and states have the right to regulate sports betting, regulate and tax, I should note. So there are lots of court cases going on those. Some have ruled in favor of the prediction markets. Some have ruled in front of the states. A lot of people think we're headed back to the Supreme Court, and that'll go a long way of deciding the future of sports betting in the U.S.
Going to be interesting to continue to follow. David Purdom, ESPN gambling reporter. Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and talking about this with us.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday. Just a few days away now from July 4th, and huge celebrations that are going on all across the country here in Florida. One of the biggest here in Central Florida is Red Hot and Boom, and the huge event going on in Altamont Springs on Friday evening. We heard from officials there in Altamont Springs earlier today, giving us a bit of a preview, talking about their preparations ahead of that huge event.
How long does it take to plan an event like this?
It started the day after last year, so we take about a year. After the event last year, we began with after-action meetings. What went great? What did we love? What didn't go well? How do we fix it? What didn't work? And let's not do that again. So it takes about a year to plan this, and then 9 months of a very focused effort on getting sponsors together, getting the acts together, making sure that we have all of the pieces that make this a great and safe event. But it takes a while to do all that coordination, because all the people who are doing all of that work are also responding to storms and cleaning parks and taking care of our infrastructure. So we don't have any special staff that just does Red Hot and Boom. It's a total city effort. We're very proud of the relationships that we have with other law enforcement agencies and with the Seminole County Fire Department, who's here to speak in a little bit. But the simple fact of the matter is that this is a massive regional event, and we rely on a lot of different agencies and a lot of different parts of the state and the county and and our local resources to pull together something this large and this good.
Can you talk about the changes? I know you mentioned like what went well, what didn't go so great last year. So
sure.
What are the changes? What can people expect that's different this year?
So we really get into the details, like things like, did we put a screen in a place that blocked people's view planes, and did we have a lot of people standing on boardwalks, which we don't allow. We have to keep people moving. We think about where we place all of our resources to make sure particularly pedestrians are safe as they walk in. So we reevaluate literally everything. Even if it went well, we ask ourselves, is there a way to do it better? And that's one of the things that makes Altamont such a different place. Not many people know, but Altamont Springs is a completely debt-free city. We have one of the lowest tax rates, lowest utility rates in the region, and there's a reason for that. We treat everything like an opportunity to get better. So at the end of the event, we will ask ourselves questions about the smallest details. Did we have water in the right place? And if we can do better, we make a change.
What do people need to know when it comes to parking and navigating around the event?
So the most important thing for people to know is that regardless of how you get to the event, be patient. That is the most important thing. We have a map on our website that shows how to get in and particularly how to get out. When Dina DiPaolo, who's going to be up here next, we'll talk a little bit more about it. But parking is, believe it or not, the easiest part. The most difficult part is those who are still driving and people who are walking in. So what I would say is look at our website, understand what the access points are. Parking is going to fill up here very, very quickly with 200,000 people. The majority of the people who are going to get here will have parked someplace else and walked. So I think the most important message I would say to people who are going to drive and park is just be patient. Lots of traffic. We usually clear this in about 2 hours, so it's pretty efficient, but there are going to be pedestrians everywhere, and we want to make sure that we don't have any tragedy on this really important day.
How early should people get here to park?
The show starts at 5 o'clock, so we would target, if I were planning on getting here, understanding the show's going to start at 5 o'clock, the basin here behind me in the amphitheater is going to fill up. So I would say, get here as early as you feel comfortable, recognizing it is going to be very hot. We're probably going to have a little rain, which we normally do, and make sure that you are properly hydrated, that you have sunscreen on, because you're going to be outside. The wonderful thing about Seminole County's fire department and their EMT units, they will be here to make sure if there's anybody who's not feeling great, they can get immediate first aid and get taken care of. Our Altamont Springs Police Department and the law enforcement agencies, both state and local, will all be here. We'll have hundreds of people who are here, so there will be plenty of people to take care of our guests. We just need you to take care of yourselves and make sure that you are as hydrated and sunscreen as you possibly can be.
Are you doing anything different about parking this year, or is it going to be pretty much the exact same as last year?
Yeah, the parking circumstances in Altamont haven't changed. I mean, with 200,000 people streaming in here, what we normally find is that people will find parking, a few miles from here and walk in, and they're bringing their chairs and bringing their kids. So there, like I said, there are going to be pedestrians virtually in every square inch of this place, and honestly, that is part of what we want to encourage. We love pedestrianism. We want people to get out of their cars and experience Cranes Roost and Uptown, and what better way to do that on a other than an event like the 250th birthday, Red Hot and Boom, and just having great musical guests. Anybody have any other questions for me?
Is there anything else you need to add? Is that
No, I think you all covered it, so I think that's good. And if you want to talk to me separately afterwards, you can, and we'll bring up Dina now, and she can talk about traffic and safety and things like that. So, Dina?
All right. Do you guys need white? You guys good?
And then same thing, when you start by saying your name and last name, spell it out for us in your title, please.
Sure. My name is Dina DiPola. First name Dina, D-E-A-N-A. Last name DiPola, D-I-P-A-O-L-A. I am the Public Information Officer for the Altamont Springs Police Department. You're welcome. Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Public safety is going to be our #1 priority during this event. We want to thank all of our law enforcement partners, from our local to our state and federal, that will be here assisting us, along with the Seminole County Fire Department. The event will be from 5 to 10 p.m. Fireworks are scheduled for 9:30 p.m. Please understand that if we have any weather conditions, that we ask everyone to seek shelter. Please get here early. Do ride share, carpool, because parking will be limited. Checkpoints will start at 4 p.m. Please understand there will be certain items that you will not be allowed to bring in. There will be signs. There will be no drones, and it will be a no drone zone, meaning that by FAA, no one is going to be allowed to fly drones except for law enforcement. Coolers larger than a 2x2, fireworks, grills, propane tanks, any unauthorized weapons, sharp objects, and personal alcohol. If you are 21 years of age or older, you can go to the beer garden. Please drink responsibly. If you see something, say something. We will have an app that you can download. Please download that app prior to the event. You also can text RHB 2026 to 888-777. This will give you all the details of the event to your cell phones. We are expecting a very large amount of people for this event. Please look at the black lighted poles around the park. There will be white squares at the tops with red numbers. These numbers will assist us to help you when you call 911. In case you lose a loved one, in case someone becomes ill, or you need law enforcement assistance, please use that number, along with identifying what you are wearing. If you need medical assistance, the fire department will be on scene, along with other first responders. Please find one of us on the ground. It's going to be a hot day, so please stay hydrated. Road closures. 7 a.m., the roads will start closing around the park. With that being said, thank you to our partner, Causeway One Software Technology. They will be helping us with updated routes on navigation apps such as Google Apps, Waze, and Apple Maps. Disabled parking will be available at the mall in the area of upper-level Dillards towards Central Parkway. When the event ends, please be reminded you will only be able to make right-hand turns. Starting at 8 p.m., our patterns will change. So when you park, please make sure you're parking your vehicle in the direction you want to leave, but no, you will only be able to make right-hand turns. No U-turns or lefts will be allowed, and please be patient. For updated messages on traffic information or anything to do with Red Hot and Boom, go to www.altamont.org/Red Hot and Boom. The safety of our visitors, our residents, and our business partners are our main priority. No criminal activity will be allowed at this event. Please understand that. No bad behavior will be tolerated. If you see something, say something, and stay hydrated. Okay. Anyone have anything?
Besides what you mentioned about the drones and the markers on the light poles, what other kind of safety measures are you taking for an event this size?
We're going to have a large presence of law enforcement. They will be uniformed and non-uniformed. We have our fire department along with us to keep everyone safe, along with any medical necessities.
Do you know roughly an estimate of how many officers you will have on scene?
There will be a large amount of officers.
What can you do to ensure people that the response times will be appropriate if something does arise, like if there is some sort of violence or incident or something along those lines?
So thankful to our partners, being our state, our local, and our federal partners. We will have a lot of partners here with us from multi-agencies helping us, coming from even outside of the county to help us with this event. So at that point, we have done this many years. Each year, it gets better and it gets better and it gets bigger and it gets bigger. We are prepared for that, and we will be there to assist in whatever may happen.
What was the name of the app?
See Something, Say Something app. It's a white and blue app, and it'll say see something, say something. You're welcome.
Good morning, Dave Williams, DAVE-WILLIAMS, Lieutenant Paramedic and Public Information Officer for Seminole County Fire Department. The Seminole County Fire Department proudly supports the City of Altamont Springs with this event, Red Hot and Boom, by the planning, logistical, and safety assistance throughout the entire event itself, before and afterwards. We've been part of this for decades. Matter of fact, they said, for 28 years we've been part of it. Before we merged with Altamont Springs, we worked with the City of Altamont Springs Fire Department. When we merged with them, we continued that tradition. Many of our personnel are assigned to this event. Matter of fact, we have almost 100 personnel assigned to this event in its entirety. They're responsible for several of the key safety tasks for this. Medical services. Probably the most important thing that we do out here during the event is medical services. We operate with first aid tents. There's going to be multiple first aid tents throughout the entire area. We also deploy medical foot teams, bike teams, and carts that will help offer assistance to get patients back to the medical tent should we need to. Fire protection. So during the event, when the fireworks go off, we actually have a fire suppression unit and a woods truck. They're assigned to a hot zone, and that is there just in case there's any firework embers that start a fire. We also have additional support resources on the outskirts to assist should there be accidents or medicals, so that we can quickly respond to those emergencies, clear them up, and help with the traffic so that you can get to this event safely. Rescue operations. So during the event, obviously we have water that we're around and in. We have personnel that are out there on the floats ensuring the safety of the fire investigators and inspectors to make sure that the fireworks are good to go. So we have a water-based team that are equipped with boats for those potential rescues. We also provide a continuous monitor for hazmat and any airborne issues to help predict with what's going to happen through the event. Drone operations. In conjunction with law enforcement, we do have a drone team, and they're going to help us through the event to locate patients, or if there's a call in for services or lost children, they're there to assist in conjunction with law enforcement with the drone services. As always, guest safety is our #1 priority. So we work in close partnership with both the Altamont Springs Police Department and with the Sheriff's Office so that we can ensure smooth, safe, and quick services. As far as fireworks, There's a reason why we do this event. We highly encourage you to leave the fireworks to the professionals. Remember that fireworks last for seconds and an injury can last a lifetime. So by coming out to something like this, where you can sit literally anywhere around this park, you can watch this and have a great time with your family, not worry about setting off those fireworks and having any injuries in conjunction. One of the issues that having fireworks at your house, and we've actually talked about this before, is how do you properly dispose of them? And we've had at least 2 fires every single year here in Seminole County where they think the fireworks are out. If you do fireworks at home, put it in a bucket of water, let it sit out overnight, and keep it far away. Put it at the end of the driveway. Unfortunately, the instance we've had is where they thought the fireworks were out, they put them close to either a fence or in the garage, and resultantly we have a structure fire. And the last thing we want to see is obviously for injuries, but also for someone to lose their house during the Independence Day, the Independence Day holidays. Each year, fire departments and emergency rooms treat over thousands and thousands of injuries due to these fireworks. The most common ones that we see are hand, legs, eyes, and face. Protect yourself, your loved ones, your home, and your community by letting professionals handle the fireworks. Come out and enjoy this display. If you're coming out here, hydrate the day before. Start the hydration early. Right now, we're expecting the temperatures, it's predicted to be about 92 degrees for the Red Hot and Boom event. With that comes the feels like temperature. That expected feels like temperature is going to be 100 degrees. For those that are not here from Florida, one of the things that makes this issue is that the humidity is so high, it doesn't allow your skin to evaporate and cool like you would if you were out in the west or Midwest or up north. So you're not going to evaporate and cool as quick as possible. You're going to dehydrate yourself. So look for those signs and symptoms. If you start feeling weak, nauseous, you feel like your heart's racing, all that stuff, start early, get that hydration in. If you're going to be out here for hours because you want to secure a great seat out here in the amphitheater, we encourage not bringing just water, but also electrolytes, the liquid IV or anything to supplement with that water. During the summer, obviously we have a lot of heat-related injuries. This year alone, we've had a significant increase. Last year we had, let me get these numbers right here. So to kind of put it out there, last year we had 50 heat-related emergencies and we had 32 transports. This year so far, and we're not even in July, we've had 45 heat-related emergencies and 26 transports. So we're on a significant trend upwards. We hope that during this event, people really pay attention to this heat factor. Again, it's going to be 92 degrees out, 100 degrees feels like. Wear cool clothing, stay in the shade as much as possible. And hydrate yourself. Don't forget that alcohol, beer and alcohol will dehydrate you quicker. So consume that water even if you don't feel like you're thirsty. In the event of a storm, it'll be announced through the PA system here. Unfortunately, the mall will be closed at 5 o'clock. There is no going in there for a safety factor. So we do have parking garages. You have your vehicles that are close by, hopefully, and there are some places that we can take cover close by as well. But please heed those warnings. One of the last things we also want to see is if a storm comes through with the lightning, protect yourselves, heed the warnings on there, come and get your seats afterwards. In the event that you're out here and you experience a heat-related emergency, just like law enforcement talked about earlier, on top of these poles all throughout this park, there are numbers. Please, really quick, as you call 911, look for the closest reference point, whether it's a hotel or a restaurant or even the stage. Let them know it's on the lower level, the top level, if it's stage left or stage right. And look at the top of those pole numbers for those signs so that we can get to you as quick as possible. So from there, we appreciate y'all being out here. We thank everyone for coming out, and we hope that everyone comes out to enjoy the celebration of Independence Day and they celebrate it safely. Any questions? Perfect.
So preparations underway for that big event coming up on Friday night. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now outside the U.S. Capitol, where we're expecting to hear from several Democratic congressional caucus groups who are going to be speaking at a news conference reacting to the Supreme Court's decision on birthright citizenship. So we'll be keeping our eyes peeled for that. We'll likely listen in to some of that coming up in just a little bit. I should let you know we are also anticipating getting to speak live on our program here with Congressman Mike Aradopoulos and Congresswoman Kat Kamek, two Republicans from our area who are supposed to join us here in the next little bit to give their reaction to the birthright citizenship decision, but also to the transgender athletes decision that came from the Supreme Court today. So we're standing by for that, and we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. Right now, though, I want to get you to this news conference earlier today where we listened earlier to Governor Ron DeSantis, who was unveiling that statue of Abraham Lincoln. He also spoke for a while, taking a lot of questions at that event. That's how we heard his reaction in the moment to the birthright citizenship decision. I want to play for you some of his other remarks in answering some questions at that event.
Questions back there? Well, whatever we have, he had worse. So we should put in perspective. I mean, he got elected president of the United States and half the country left when he got in because they were worried about what he would do as president. And that's not easy. And the fighting was brutal. And there was a lot of people that died in the course of the Civil War. But I think his view at the end of that, and what he said in his second inaugural, is with malice towards none and charity for all, you have to bind up the nation's wounds. And so if they could take that posture after that very bloody struggle, I think it kind of puts in perspective some of the things that we have in this country, you know, that are divisive. We're allowing some of the stuff to be divisive. I think unnecessarily. Part of it's social media, part of it's this. I mean, honestly, some of the stuff you see on social media, guys, is not true. I mean, that's just the reality. I have people, Governor, is this true? And I'm like, now you tell me, do you think that's true? So, but that's just kind of the tit for tat. There's different people obviously can make money off the division. There's just a bunch of stuff. But I do think that there are real cleavages. I think there's a lot of real cleavages about the founding of this country and whether America 250 is something that's universally positive. I think in 1770 or in 1976, I wasn't born yet, but they had the 200th anniversary, and I think people, it seems like just looking at the historical record that it was really a great moment for the country. And so what I would just say is, you don't have to think everything was done perfectly, but you should acknowledge that these were folks who, they risked a lot to establish this country. They were well regarded. Most of them were very wealthy. They were influential in the colonies, and they knew that if they took this step, failure would result in their death. No question, that's what would happen. And so it was the ultimate risk that was taken, and the risk was taken to say, you know, do we have rights from God, or are we just subjects to the king? Can we have a rule of law, or is it just whatever somebody across the pond happens to think on a whim? Can you actually govern yourself, or should we just have various forms of despotism? That was the ultimate question they were looking to ask, and they risked it all to be able to give this country the chance to confound history and show that, yeah, actually people can govern themselves. And so those are questions we're still asking today. The 1776, 1787, 91, all these key times when we had these great documents, things were different then. They didn't have self-driving cars. They didn't have, rocket ships to outer space. They didn't have modern communications. But human nature was exactly the same then as it is now. The worry about concentrated power was the same then as it is now. All these things are perennial issues. They just apply in a different context. And they got more right than any other generation in human history has gotten right. So I think it's a time to celebrate and to be thankful. And I noticed some of the most vicious critics of America and the founders, some of these people, like, they've chosen to come here from other countries and denigrate. I think that you should study history and give them their due, as well as people like President Lincoln, who exemplified those values through very trying times. So what will happen is, if it, again, this was not my proposal, mine was bolder, so it was a truncated view of so it'll be a big property tax cut. I'm for it. I think everyone should vote for it, and I think you guys will get relief. And honestly, these local governments are not going to starve. It'll still be way more money than they had, even 5 or 6 years ago. So don't buy that. So it's a little bit different than what I had done. But I know what will happen is that if and when it passes, and I assume it's going to pass, but I don't know. Mine would have passed because we really studied it. There will be a need to do an implementing bill in the post-November, pre-January timeframe, because there's things that are going to have to be ironed out. And so I'll be involved in that with the new legislative leaders. Part of the issue with the property tax was, I had to work with the Senate on it. I had a very hostile speaker who was trying to block everything we did. That's just a fact. And so I worked with them on it, and our goal was, unveil it. The Senate president endorsed it, and then have them send it, and basically the House would have to pass it. Well, the House, wouldn't pass it, and so they would only pass the scaled down version. So it just is what it is. I think it's still positive, but I think it was not quite the opportunity we had to where you could have owned your own home. As a homesteaded Florida resident, you would have had tax-free. Some would have had it on day one. Some it would have phased in over time, depending on how valuable your house is. But that would have been really, really significant. So, and we were ready to roll on all that. Now, on this one, if it passes, there'll be implementation on how you phase in the benefits. It says $250. You can get more than that. I believe that we have this massive surplus. We should put aside money and issue grants to local governments if they truly are in a pinch. I'm not going to give them a grant, to launch another DEI initiative. No, we're not doing that. But if you tell me, this municipality, has 2 police officers that they're going to have to lay off because the revenue disruption, can you give us a grant for $300,000? I would do it. This thing, we want to keep things going, but to put it in perspective, we've reduced our budget 4 straight years in Florida. The amount we're spending, not even accounting inflation, is less than it was 4 years ago. Now, there's not a lot of places in the country that are doing that. Let's just be clear. But I raise it because if you go back to local government property tax revenue, we don't get any of it at the state level. It's all local. 2019, they got $32 billion. Today, they're getting $60 billion. So that's almost doubling the property tax revenue in a 7-year period. Some of these county budgets have more than doubled. in periods of time. You have some, like in Broward, their school district has lost 50,000 students in the past 8 years, and yet their budget's gone from $2.5 billion to $5 billion. And it's like, what is going on? So a lot of what you're doing in property tax is going to, feed bureaucracy and do that. Now, I'm not saying all local governments are equal. I'm not saying Sumter and Marion are like Broward per se, but I am saying that we've shown you can do it by spending less. All these places can do it by spending less, and I have no question about that. So there will be an implementation period. I will be supportive of being very aggressive and making sure the tax relief is implemented as quickly as possible for people, but then I'm also going to be supportive of targeted grants to localities if they really are in a pinch, because each locality has a different tax base. We've got some places like Miami-Dade, they get massive money from visitors and rich foreigners who own these extravagant houses. And again, the property tax rollback is only for homesteaded Floridians. And so if you're a billionaire from Brazil, you're paying tax just like you always did. So they have massive amounts of revenue coming in from a variety of sources. We have others that are more bedroom communities that they've just historically relied on even homestead revenue more. Then that doesn't excuse them and say that their residents don't need relief, because they do. But what it may mean is, okay, this county, may need 30 million here. This city may need 5 million, whatever. I mean, we've got the biggest reserves and surplus in the history of the state. And we have an ability to do that. So I'll be in support of both those things if it passes. But what I would tell people is, you're going to hear probably that, no one's going to have any services, all this stuff. If this were done where you had it fully phased in on day one, you're still talking about they would have 20 billion more than they had in 2019 when they had 32 billion. I mean, it's still a massive increase in revenue from where we were 7 or 8 years ago. It's just not quite as big an increase. And oh, by the way, 32 billion in 2019, 60 billion now. If you do nothing on property tax, say you vote this down, by 2031, it's going to be 83 billion they're taking in property tax revenue. So that'll be almost tripling the revenue in just a 12 or 13-year period of time. That is, guys, that's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. It's not fair to taxpayers. It's not sustainable, though. I mean, we've seen these blue states try to keep spending and do this, and eventually it doesn't work. So we're sitting here, we commissioned audits of both state agencies and these local governments. Blaise Ngolia, our CFO, used to be the state senator for the villages. He has been going around auditing, showing the increases in spending and all this stuff. And, some people will be like, oh, what do you do talking about the local governments? You remind you, okay, yeah, we've reduced spending 4 years in a row. How do you like them apples? We're doing it. We're not just talking, we're walking the walk. Anyone else?
Governor DeSantis speaking at that event earlier today. We're going to take a quick break right now.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and giving you a live look right now outside the Supreme Court building in Washington, D.C., continuing to follow up today on two large decisions handed down by the Supreme Court on the final day of the term. One, upholding states' bans on transgender athletes. The other, striking down President Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship. So joining us live now as we continue to get reaction to these decisions today, pleased to be joined this afternoon by Congresswoman Kat Cammack, a Republican from Florida, joining us live via Zoom. Congresswoman, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So big decisions today, a couple of cases that we've been tracking. And let's start with the birthright citizenship case. I know you've been talking about this on social media today. Give us your initial reaction to the court's determination in this case.
Well, it's disappointing, absolutely, in the fact that we've seen the birthing tourism industry continue to grow, and it certainly presents a number of issues, namely national security, and to treat citizenship like a commodity really is a slap in the face. And so while we are disappointed with the Supreme Court's ruling today, we know that this will have to be, moving forward, a constitutional amendment. So we're discussing with our Senate counterparts what that looks like and how we can advance this down the line. Because if you look just in 2023, over 320,000 babies were born to mothers that were in the country illegally. Now, if you think about areas like Guam and Miami, where they actually openly advertise for people to come and have their babies here, keep in mind, the parents are not U.S. citizens, but they want to have their baby on U.S. soil. This is a big business. And it really, like I said, is a slap in the face to Americans and to our system. And so from a national security standpoint, when you have individuals, particularly from places like mainland China, that are granted permission to leave from the Chinese communist government to go to Guam, have their baby, that child is not raised in the United States. That child is then raised in mainland China and carries a U.S. passport. So there's some real security issues that we have to contend with as we move forward now that this ruling has officially come out.
Just to clarify, Congresswoman, do you take issue with the reasoning behind the court's decision in this, or do you just think this is something now that needs to be changed and addressed?
You know, I associate myself with Alito's remarks and how he really addressed this candidly. Of the founding fathers never really envisioned a birthing tourism industry and the national security implications that could follow. And so what his opinion was as this came out, I think a lot of members of Congress are looking and reading this and saying, you know what, that's 100% right. But again, moving forward, this is going to require a constitutional amendment, and looking at the 14th, which is the 14th Amendment over the last couple of months and years has really come under scrutiny, and for good reason.
And so do you think the appetite is there? I know you said conversations are underway, probably very early, but do you think the appetite is there for a constitutional amendment for this?
You know, I do. When you think about the president and his executive order and why this was cast in the first place, it's because the system has been abused. And so you have generally across the United States in every state, and this is reflected in the fact that Republicans have the majority, it's because we ran on making sure that it was about putting America first. And we had been living under an open border system for the previous administration, where everything was getting exploited, from the safety net to the rights and that everyday Americans were enjoying. And so I do think there is an appetite. It is going to be a bit tricky because requires 2/3 of Congress, and in a hyper divided House and Senate, as we've seen, that's going to make it a little bit difficult. But when you think about this in the context of national security, I think we can all sit back and say, you know what? We need to think this one through. We really should be talking about all the ways that we can protect Americans and our communities from people and bad actors that are looking to exploit the system.
Now, President Trump said on Truth Social just a little bit ago that he does not believe a constitutional amendment would be necessary. But your understanding of this, the ruling from the Supreme Court, is that a constitutional amendment would be necessary.
In order, and this is just, again, my opinion, but I think in order to avoid similar rulings in the future, should Congress pass legislation ending birthright citizenship, I think we would run into a similar problem down the line. But again, stranger things have happened. I think we will exhaust that option first, moving legislation forward to change this policy. It will get constitutionally challenged and ultimately end up back at the doorstep of the Supreme Court. I would love for us to avoid that, but I know that that's pretty much how this is going to go down. So I think we will try that option first, but ultimately at the end of the day, in order to get where we need to go, I think we're going to have to do a constitutional amendment.
Let's talk now about the one of the other big decisions handed down by the Supreme Court today, that being the decision that upholds state bans on transgender athletes. Your reaction, your thoughts to that decision from the Supreme Court today?
To every little girl, to every young woman who has trained, who has given so much of her time, effort, blood, sweat, and tears into the sport that she loves, today is a huge win for those women, those girls. It's a common sense measure. Girls should not be forced to compete against boys, biological men. And I think this was one that the Supreme Court got right. It reaffirms that states play a very strong role in either banning this practice, which I think it's nuts not to. And when you think of the 1,000+ podiums and scholarships that have been lost to these boys competing in women's sports, it really is a disservice. And so it's a good win all around for common sense.
And how do you respond to people who, take this, the issue of the transgender athletes and say, this is something that affects so few? How do you respond to that about why you still believe this is an important issue?
To the girl who's lost a scholarship to play at a college of her dreams, it's a very big issue. It's the #1 issue for her and her family. One girl who is not forced to compete against a boy and share a locker room with that boy, that to me is important. We've seen where it's not only unfair, fundamentally unfair, but it's also dangerous. And I've met with countless women who have been in dangerous situations. It's not just about losing podiums and state titles and records and scholarships. It's also a safety issue. And so for parents who are deeply concerned about their daughter's safety, particularly when they're competing against biological men, this is a win. And again, a common sense issue that no one should ever be in this position to be forced to compete. And unfortunately, there are thousands of girls that have. And so for me, for people who say, oh, this is too small of an issue, tell that to the girl that's been forced to compete against a boy. Tell that to the parent who's had to fight with administrators to protect their children from being exposed to men in locker rooms. To me, this is a real issue. And to so many of those people, it's a real issue.
Bottom line to your constituents here today, Congresswoman Kamek, many who are looking at this, regardless of their positions, as a little bit of maybe a mixed bag from the Supreme Court today. Your message to the voters here in Central Florida.
The last 2 days have been historic rulings coming out of the Supreme Court, some good, some bad. But that's the beauty of our system is I think that the fact that not everybody is 100% happy is a reflection of the way that the system was designed. So it just means that there's more work to do and more conversations to be had. And we can do that in a productive way where we're not tearing each other down, but really aiming to give the best representation, the best service, and the best outcomes to all of our constituents. So I say overall, North Central Florida, well, and candidly, the state of Florida should be pretty happy with what's happened in the last 2 days, minus some of the rulings that will definitely have some negative and potentially dangerous impacts. So overall, I would say a C plus from the Supreme Court.
Well, Congresswoman Kat Kamek, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
I appreciate it. Go Gators.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Gotta shoot us. Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. We are continuing to track reaction to the Supreme Court's decisions today. We are monitoring this news conference that's happening outside the Capitol right now, where a group of congressional Democrats are speaking and giving their reaction to the birthright citizenship decision. So we are monitoring that. I did see at least one member of Florida's congressional delegation. That would be Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a Democrat from South Florida, who I saw when there was a little bit of a wider shot there. So we're keeping an eye out on that this afternoon. But we're pleased to be joined this afternoon, joining us live via Zoom here, Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, who is a Republican from Florida here, and joining us live now. Congressman, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Garrett. Great to see you as well.
So I want to talk about a couple of the big decisions that we heard today from the Supreme Court, but let's start with the birthright citizenship. Your take on the court's opinion today?
Well, it's something where, unfortunately, a lot of people around the world are gaming the system and actually gives incentive for illegal immigration. As you know, there's so many people who want to come to this country legally who paid thousands of dollars, waited years to do it legally. And then you have some people who clearly game the system on the idea, because they're born in the United States, going back to, of course, our founding, that they can access the social welfare system and gain citizenship even when people are coming here for nefarious means. We believe, and of course, the idea of America is the land of opportunity. After all, we're the most generous nation in the world as far as allowing for legal immigration, and we feel like this decision by the Supreme Court undercuts those people who are playing by the rules.
I asked Congresswoman Kamik just a couple of minutes ago the same thing here, just to clarify your stance on this. Do you take issue with the Supreme Court and their, how they came to this decision, believing that the 14th Amendment has and does hold this, or do you just believe that this is a policy that now needs to be changed?
Well, I think the founders, of course, had a logical situation when you're looking at, of course, the late 1700s. What you're looking at in the modern context is something radically different. America is not only an established nation, but a nation of laws, and we want to make sure that people are coming here for all the right reasons. And you have some people, again, who literally have what's called the birthright citizenship gaming system here, where they'll come in and get the citizenship, which entitles them to a lot of benefits they, of course, have never earned. And so we're trying to strike that balance. It looks like the decision made by the Supreme Court will require us to actually pass a constitutional amendment, which I would gladly support. But this is something where, again, the court's made the ruling. We're not going to have a violent overthrow. Instead, we're going to play by those rules, understand what the court has said, and try to work accordingly. But it is a blow to the issue that a lot of us are passionate about, and that is legal immigration is the right way to go. Incentivizing illegal immigration will only cause additional problems we've seen over the last few years with not only the budget challenges we'll face, but sadly some of the crime incidents we've seen across the country as well due to illegal immigration.
You talk about a constitutional amendment. That's a high bar to kind of overcome here. Do you think that is something that logistically, feasibly could happen with this?
No, it's like a constitutional amendment, as you know, requires 2/3 vote in both houses of Congress. Given our partisan divide today, and the Democrat stands for allowing illegals to come to the country for so many years, it will be a huge challenge. But this is why the Supreme Court plays that role as referee. They have ruled. I respect their ruling. I don't agree with it, but I respect their ruling, and so we need to look at other ways in which to make sure some people who perpetrate fraud or game the system are stymied. The good news is, as you know, it's one of the promises we made in the 2024 election was we were going to have a secure border. So some of those people who came over in years past illegally and of course use this program called Birthright Citizenship to gain citizenship will no longer have the likely funnel that they had in the past. And again, this is why we secured the border. We want to make it where people who come here and play by the rules have the opportunity that that America affords. And if you want to break the rules, you should be getting additional benefits.
President Trump on Truth Social just a little bit ago calling on Congress, saying they should start today to work on ending birthright citizenship. Are there things, obviously, as we discussed, the Supreme Court kind of today, talking about this being a constitutional issue, and what we have heard from many is that it would likely take a constitutional amendment. But is there anything legislatively that you think Congress could do to address this issue in the meantime?
Well, yes, there is. There's actually, led by Brian Babin, who's the chairman of one of our major committees here, has a proposal to end birthright citizenship by constitutional amendment. I think there are over 200 sponsors there. But as you mentioned, Garrett, we recognize that it takes a 2/3 majority, and without Democrats joining hands with us, it'll be impossible to pass such a measure given the current makeup of Congress. But again, if you ask people across America and say, if a person comes here illegally, should they be allowing a person to gain citizenship? It just doesn't make sense to most people. But again, I respect the decision of the Supreme Court. I'll live by that, and I'll look at other venues in which way we can bring justice to, in my opinion, this issue.
Now, on the transgender athlete decision, the Supreme Court today upholding states' bans on transgender athletes. Your thoughts on that decision from the Supreme Court today?
Well, again, this is a common sense issue. I mean, I have two daughters, and I know how hard they work to get on their different sports teams, and to have a boy compete against them is really challenging, and it takes away some of those opportunities. We see the same thing happening in some NCAA sports or college sports as well. I think boys should compete against boys and girls compete against girls, and if a state wants to affirm that in their law, the Supreme Court, I think, correctly made this decision in this matter. I would give the opportunity of, as you would call it, transgender athletes. They should play against each other, or stay with the birth in which they were, the sex in which they were born with. I think that's a logical thing to do. I think it's pretty obvious right now as you see some of the records broken in track and field, whether you see it in swimming, you've seen on the sports field and things like field hockey, where a lot of girls their records are being destroyed by, in essence, boys who are competing against them, or in the field hockey business, you see that a lot of girls are getting injured by some of these shots that are taken by biological boys. And so again, I think it's just a common sense issue. If these people who are transgender want to play sports, they should play against fellow transgender people. And if they want to continue to play sports, given this recent ruling, they're going to have to pay against those who were born the same way as they were.
Congressman, before I let you go, since we got you here, just a space question for you, because we know the Space Coast right in your district. We're expecting to hear from the NASA administrator in about an hour, talking the latest on Moonbase and things like that, and then also Blue Origin today just gave an update, kind of publishing their roadmap back, expecting how they're planning to try to get a launch before the end of the year. I want to get your take, just big picture, on the things that are happening right now when it comes to industry, the space industry, and what's happening on our Space Coast here in Florida.
Well, we could not be more excited what's happening in the space industry. It's been a tremendous year, of course, highlighted by the Artemis II successful launch around the moon for the first time since 1972. And as you mentioned, we have an incredibly dynamic leader in Jared Isaacman, the new leader at NASA, who has injected so much energy and enthusiasm and competency to NASA. They have really elevated their game. People are excited to go to work every single day. And you're seeing, of course, the value of the space industry, not just for exploration, not just for the idea of military, but commercial aspect. And as you know, Blue Origin, SpaceX, ULA, and L3 Harris, Northrop Grumman, all these amazing companies in our backyard are creating new jobs and opportunities which were not available just a few years ago. And so we are booming for all the right reasons. And I feel like our best days are still ahead. And you couldn't put a better exclamation point on commercial space than the fact that SpaceX was just valued at $1.75 trillion, and companies like Blue Origin are hiring hundreds of people at a time. Their latest, of course, being 600 employees, making approximately six figures with salary and benefits. And finally, as you said, Blue Origin, they had a challenge, of course, with the static explosion recently, but they are stepping up. They're rebuilding their launch pad at a dramatic pace. And so as the chairman of the Space Committee in Congress, I could not be more pleased with the direction direction we're going, the jobs we're creating, and we will win that space race back to the moon. And as you put it perfectly, Garrett, we're going to have a moon base in just a few years, and going above and beyond what anyone thought possible just a few years ago.
Exciting times ahead along Florida's Space Coast, that's for sure. Congressman Herodopoulos, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Always a pleasure, Garrett. Have a great weekend. Calling us anytime.
All right, you take care. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Record.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. So we just spoke with two Republican members of Congress here in Florida, giving us their takes on the Supreme Court decisions today. While we were speaking with them, we also heard from several Democrats speaking outside the U.S. Capitol, giving their response, or excuse me, their reaction to the Supreme Court's decision on birthright citizenship. Here's what some of them had to say just moments ago.
And the House Democrats are not backing down. Every inch of progress in this country has been hard fought. One, through struggle, through resistance, and through courage of people this nation too often tried to leave behind. We will not stand by while our progress is dismantled. This battle is not over. This battle will not be over, because we will continue to fight and we will not quit. Make no mistake about it. Today's victory does not mark the end of this fight. It marks the beginning of the next one. The American people deserve a judiciary that is independent, accountable, and committed to equal justice under the law, not one that repeatedly expands unchecked presidential power while narrowing the rights and freedoms of the people. House Democrats will continue fighting for meaningful Supreme Court reform, including term limits and stronger ethics and accountability measures that restore public trust in this Constitution. As was said, our Constitution, your Constitution, your Constitution. The Constitution does not belong to any president. It belongs to the American people. That's right. That's the bottom line. Because the stakes of this court are far beyond the actions of these justices. They reach the very heart of our democracy. to whether we will keep faith in our highest ideals, that the Constitution protects every American equally, and that no president, no court is above it. House Democrats will do everything in their power to ensure that these promises are kept. Next, I will bring to the podium the chairman of the Hispanic Caucus, of the Progressive Caucus, Greg Casar. Double whammy.
Good morning. I want to thank the leaders of the New Dems and KPAC and the CBC for all of their work on this, and a special recognition to our chairman and leader of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Adriano Espaillat. Thank you so very, very much. I'm Greg Casar. I represent the heart of Texas in Congress. I'm chairman of the Progressive Caucus. And today, we're here to stand up for a fundamental American principle, that if you're born in America, you are an American. No matter your parents' birthplace or language or creed, citizenship is a birthright in this country. No one is born a second-class citizen. And no president, no would-be king gets to pick and choose who is and who is not American. One people and equal justice for every single one of them. That is what Donald Trump was trying to undermine with his executive order. That the men and women who fought for the 14th Amendment knew the dangers of allowing people in power to pick and choose who does and does not have rights in this country. They had won a civil war to purge our country of the moral rot that follows when some people are deemed unworthy of equal rights. And today we say we will never go back. But I wish I could stand before you today and say this ruling was only good news. But it is not. While we won the case today, we also got a grave warning about the future. What should have been a simple, unanimous, open and shut decision was dangerously close. Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Samuel Alito, and Brett Kavanaugh failed to recognize the fundamental constitutional right to birthright citizenship. Shame. 3 of those 4 justices would have allowed Donald Trump to rewrite the Constitution and overrule Congress with an executive order. These 4 men, so blinded by partisanship and extremism that they act like they can't see the words in the Constitution. They can certainly read, but they are not following their oath to protect the Constitution and the rights of the people in this country. Shame on them. Shame. If these far-right justices are ruling against our rights, even when they're written down black and white in the Constitution, then nothing we hold dear is safe. So today we may breathe a sigh of relief, but we also recommit ourselves to the fight to protect the rights of all citizens. And the way we do that is reining in this hyper-partisan Supreme Court. Yeah. It's time to have a Supreme Court that is for the people and not just for their big donors.
Amen. Amen.
And with that, I am proud to call up my friend, a great ally on this work, from the New Democratic Coalition, Congressman Derek Tran.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank my Tri-Caucus colleagues and my colleagues from the New Dems and Progressive Caucus for welcoming me and standing shoulder to shoulder with me today. I was born in the United States the year that my refugee parents were admitted to this great country. They fled oppression and violence in communist Vietnam and came to the United States because of the promise of the American dream. A dream that says that if you work hard and you play by the rules, our family will be no less American than the people who arrived on the Mayflower. It was because America welcomed my refugee parents that I was able to join the Army and start my own business and now represent California in Congress. But I am not unique. Almost every American can trace their family history through the story of immigration. We have built communities that are unmatched in our prosperity. We have turned adversity into opportunity, and we have nurtured trailblazers in all walks of life. But President Trump tried to turn back the clock on that progress. He wanted to sacrifice the prosperity that we have built to just advance his own racist and xenophobic agenda. But the Supreme Court rejected the president's efforts. They affirmed that every child born in the United States is a citizen of the United States.
So that was some of that news conference just moments ago right outside the Capitol. Here's a live look right now at the Supreme Court building where folks are taking some pictures there after a big day when it comes to several high-profile cases in the Supreme Court. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us here. A relief supply drive announced today for families who have been impacted by the devastating and deadly earthquakes in Venezuela. We know the death toll has climbed above 1,500. There are still so many who are missing there, and just a lot of devastation and long-term impacts that are going to be felt in Venezuela. And so today, Bravo Supermarkets, Casa de Venezuela Orlando, All for Venezuela Foundation, and the Orlando Regional Realtor Foundation announced a relief supply drive, a way to help those in Venezuela. They announced their plans and how you can get involved at a news conference just a little bit ago in Orlando.
I mean, just I want to express our gratitude to all the media, because without you guys, we couldn't do what we are doing right now in the whole country. With emphasis on Central Florida, where the communities, not only the Venezuelan community, but the majority of communities have been stepping up front to assist the people of Venezuela. I'm a founder of Casa de Venezuela in Orlando. My name is William Diaz, 37 years living in Central Florida, and actually I assist the owners of this Bravo supermarket when they first came to Florida, because I was involved in a flooring business, and I gave them some opportunity to share business. So our gratitude also to all the volunteers, all the people that have been with the different organizations, putting the effort to collect goods to be sent over the country. But more than that, we define 3 basic phases. Now, today, I'm here with Ms. Mariela Chopite, who is a representative for Bravo Supermarket, and Mr. Cliff Long, who is the CEO of the Orlando Regional Realtor Association. And we have via Zoom Ms. Mayra Merchant, who is the president of a foundation which is All for Venezuelan Foundation. In addition, we have Juan Janrizo from Gente de Venezuela, Philadelphia, but basically he is today as a part of a team that from United States are coordinating the efforts that the rescues are doing there in the country. So there is a lot of things, protocols that we might follow on the collections of woods. First of all, we have to understand that the people in the country in Venezuela has too many things to do, and we cannot send them boxes of troubles. What do I mean with that? We must send the material classified. What is for baby, what is food for food, what is clothes for clothes, what is medical supply, and so far. So we cannot send a box where there is a melange of things there, because then those people will have a lot of extra work there in the country. There is so many things that are necessary, but we should be asking today to stop shipping, sending, donating water, containers of medical bills open. That grandma passed away, and then we have a container with a lot of pills that do nothing but troubles. So we need to have a little bit of conscience on this. And also, I know that there is a desire.
That news conference earlier today in Orlando announcing that relief supply drive to help the earthquake victims. Again, just so much devastation there from those earthquakes. And then as we heard in an update from the UN, 500 aftershocks or so, even after those 2 devastating earthquakes. Well, we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back at the top of the hour for our 2 o'clock hour. We will welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. We've got a lot more to get to.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Well, welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 Plus. Been a busy day. We've been tracking a lot of breaking news here, especially when it comes to the Supreme Court. Let me give you a live look right now outside the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., where the High Court today handed down two big decisions. One, upholding states' bans on transgender athletes. The other, striking down a Trump executive order that would have gotten rid of birthright citizenship. The High Court today, in a decision, saying that the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution provides the right for that birthright citizenship, something that has been controversial. Now, throughout the day, we've been getting reaction from a number of folks. At the very top of 11 o'clock today, we talked with an immigration attorney giving her reaction. In the last little bit, we had the chance to speak with a couple of our local members of Congress giving their reaction. We also heard from a number of lawmakers on Capitol Hill. So I want to just kind of walk you through some of the reaction that we have gotten over the last little bit. Had the chance to speak with Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, a Republican from Florida, just a little bit ago, who gave his reaction to the birthright citizenship decision, and now what is next for Congress as he says they look to change it.
I think the founders, of course, had a logical situation when you're looking at, of course, the late 1700s. What you're looking at in the modern context is something radically different. America is not only an established nation, but a nation of laws, and we want to make sure that people are coming here for all the right reasons. And you have some people, again, who literally have what's called the birthright citizenship gaming system here, where they'll come in and get the citizenship, which entitles them to a lot of benefits they, of course, have never earned. And so we're trying to strike that balance. It looks like the decision made by the Supreme Court will require us to actually pass a constitutional amendment, which I would gladly support. But this is something where, again, the court's made the ruling. We're not going to have a violent overthrow. Instead, we're going to play by those rules, understand what the court has said, and try to work accordingly. But it is a blow to the issue that a lot of us are passionate about, and that is legal immigration is the right way to go. Incentivizing illegal immigration will only cause additional problems we've seen over the last few years with the budget challenges we'll face, but sadly some of the crime incidents we've seen across the country as well due to illegal immigration.
President Trump on Truth Social just a little bit ago calling on Congress, saying they should start today to work on ending birthright citizenship. Are there things, obviously, as we discussed, the Supreme Court kind of today, talking about this being a constitutional issue, and what we've heard from many is that it would likely take a constitutional amendment. But is there anything legislatively that you think Congress could do to address this issue in the meantime?
Well, yes, there is. There's actually, led by Brian Babin, who's the chairman of one of our major committees here, has a proposal to end birthright citizenship by constitutional amendment. I think there are over 200 sponsors there. But as you mentioned, Garrett, we recognize that it takes a 2/3 majority. And without Democrats joining hands with us, it'll be impossible to pass such a measure given the current makeup of Congress. But again, if you ask people across America and say, if a person comes here illegally, should they be allowing a person to gain citizenship? It just doesn't make sense to most people. But again, I respect the decision of the Supreme Court. I'll live by that, and I'll look at other venues in which way we can bring justice to, in my opinion, this issue.
Congressman Mike Herodopoulos speaking with me live just a little bit ago on Fox 35 News Plus. Now, as I mentioned, one of the other big issues today, the Supreme Court upholding the right of states to ban transgender athletes. That was one of the things I spoke about with Republican Congresswoman Kat Cammack just a little bit ago on Fox 35 News Plus as well.
To every little girl, to every young woman who has trained, who has given so much of her time, effort, blood, sweat, and tears into the sport that she loves, today is a huge win for those women, those girls. It's a common sense measure. Girls should not be forced to compete against boys, biological men. And I think this was one that the Supreme Court got right. It reaffirms that states play a very strong role in either banning this practice, which I think it's nuts not to. And when you think of the 1,000+ podiums and scholarships that have been lost to these boys competing in women's sports, it really is a disservice. And so it's a good win all around for common sense.
And how do you respond to people who, take this, the issue of the transgender athletes and say, this is something that affects so few? How do you respond to that about why you still believe this is an important issue?
To the girl who's lost a scholarship to play at a college of her dreams, it's a very big issue. It's the number one issue for her and her family. One girl who is not forced to compete against a boy and share a locker room with that boy, that to me is important. We've seen where it's not only unfair, fundamentally unfair, but it's also dangerous. And I've met with countless women who have been in dangerous situations. It's not just about losing podiums and state titles and records and scholarships. It's also a safety issue. And so for parents who are deeply concerned about their daughter's safety, particularly when they're competing against biological men, this is a win. And again, a common sense issue that no one should ever be in this position to be forced to compete. And unfortunately, there are thousands of girls that have. And so for me, for people who say, oh, this is too small of an issue, tell that to the girl that's been forced to compete against a boy. Tell that to the parent who's had to fight with administrators to protect their children from being exposed to men in locker rooms. To me, this is a real issue. And to so many of those people, it's a real issue.
The reaction from two Republican members of Congress. We also heard from Democrats speaking on Capitol Hill just a little bit ago. Here is some of what they said at a news conference about birthright citizenship.
If you are born in America, you are American.
That's right. Yeah. Born in the USA.
Today, the Supreme Court upheld the promise of birthright citizenship, which was established more than 150 years ago by the 14th Amendment and affirmed in the landmark case United States versus Wong Kim Ark, which determined that Wong Kim Ark, the son of Chinese migrants born in San Francisco, was an American citizen. The Supreme Court ruled in his favor even at the height of the Chinese Exclusion Act because the 14th Amendment is abundantly clear. All persons born in the United States means all persons.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
It is because of people like him and the generations of Black Americans who fought to secure their rights through the 14th Amendment that I, the daughter of immigrants, could become a citizen by birthright and serve in the halls of Congress.
Yay.
It is how millions of Asian Americans, 65% of whom are foreign-born, more than any other ethnic group, could pursue the American dream. So as we celebrate today's ruling, I have a message for President Trump. You may believe you are above the law. You are not. You may try to divide Americans based on race, religion, or their country of origin, and you will fail. You may try to redefine what it means to be an American, and you will fail. We are American. We belong here, and no wannabe king will ever take that away from us.
What you see behind this podium is the faces of America, the different faces of the tapestry that is called the United States of America, an experiment of elastic values that stretches in many directions and many ways. That is what you see right here behind this podium, who America is. And today the Constitution won. The American people won. As part and chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, we were happy to be part of this lawsuit. As friends of the court, we came in to make our statement felt in the highest court of the land. An unequivocal statement, an American statement, that we will not be held to a different standard, that our children that are born here are U.S. born children, irregardless of our status. and that we belong and we deserve to have all the rights and privileges extended to all Americans by the U.S. Constitution. Trump tried to erase one of our nation's clearest constitutional guarantee, and he failed. We won, and he failed. We're right, and he's wrong.
So you now heard some reaction from a wide range today of those across the political spectrum on that issue. I want to let you know a couple of other things coming up a little bit later here on Florida Live. At the bottom of the hour, we're going to hear an update from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, who is going to be sharing with us updates on the plans for NASA's moon base. Always a fascinating topic. We'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. As we go to break here, let me give you a live look over downtown Orlando right now, where we are seeing some showers and storms moving through. We also see those clouds in the background, the rain falling right now over downtown. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday. Time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now from Tampa. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin today with an update to a case that we've been talking about for a while here on Florida Live, and that's an armed robbery and kidnapping that investigators say is linked to NFL player Terrion Arnold. So we have learned that Arnold has been released from the Detroit Lions. That announcement came on social media yesterday afternoon, nearly a week after the 23-year-old turned himself in for his alleged role in that targeted kidnapping and robbery in Tampa. So that roster move also happened on the same day that Arnold appeared before a Hillsborough County judge. Investigators say the incident stems from a February attack. Police claim that luxury items worth over $250,000 were stolen from a Largo Airbnb that Arnold had rented. Believing he knew who was responsible, investigators allege Arnold and another man coordinated a targeted ambush. Police say 3 teenage victims were lured to an apartment on North 46th Street on February 4th. 2 men then allegedly ambushed the teens inside of a closet, held them at gunpoint, and pistol whipped them during an assault that was live streamed. Investigators say that it was live streamed back to Arnold. 6 other suspects were previously arrested in connection with that attack. 2 of those co-defendants pleaded guilty last week, while 4 others face varying charges, including kidnapping and armed robbery. On Monday, Chief Judge Christopher Sabella granted Arnold a $1 million bond, but ordered him to remain confined to his home except for work and legal appointments. Now, yesterday, the defense successfully argued against GPS monitoring, stating that a tracker would be unsafe for Arnold on the football field. However, since the Detroit Lions let him go yesterday afternoon, the state attorney filed a new motion to readdress the conditions of his bond. That hearing is scheduled to take place on Monday morning. And during yesterday's hearing, the state argued that Arnold was not physically involved in the attack. It was not physically involved in the attack, but he was the mastermind behind the plan to confront the victims. The prosecutor stated that Arnold told co-defendants to get one of the victims to come over and press him about the stolen property. However, the state admitted its case depends on the credibility of those co-defendants. Arnold's defense attorney, Harvey Steinberg, countered that the state has no text messages or social media evidence showing Arnold told anyone to assault or threaten those victims. The defense argued that Arnold only wanted to confront them because his stolen phone had been tracked to Miami at the same time one of those victims was in South Florida. The judge sided with the defense and denied the state's motion to keep Arnold jailed before trial, noting that Arnold had no hands-on involvement and that nothing incriminating was found on his phone or social media. Now, officials still have not confirmed the identities of the individuals who originally stole Arnold's property from that rental home. And we did just learn a little while ago that while the judge did set Arnold's bond at $1 million, he has yet to make that bond. Garrett?
All right, serious allegations against him, and we'll continue to follow that case. Now, next in our Tampa connection, Nancy, a man facing charges accused of shooting a dog.
Yeah, so this story has been getting a lot of attention for us online. Now, Hillsborough County deputies say that Miguel Reyes Rodriguez actually went into his neighbor's home armed with a rifle and shot their family dog. Those investigators say that this all stemmed because the dog had bit Rodriguez's child. Now, we are told that that child was not injured when this dog allegedly bit it, and that the child and the dog were separated. However, deputies say that Reyes Rodriguez decided to arm himself with a rifle, walked into his neighbor's home, and shot the family dog. Sheriff Chad Chronister did release a statement saying that the incident could have been handled through lawful channels, but instead Reyes Rodriguez chose to take the law into his own hands. He is now facing charges of armed burglary, aggravated animal cruelty, and discharging a firearm on residential property. Detectives say the investigation is ongoing, and they have yet to release specific details surrounding the initial dog bite. So it is unknown why that dog allegedly initially bit that child. So there is much more that should be coming out of this investigation, Garrett.
And finally, Nancy, some new technology, or new facility, I should say, that's going to be using some advanced technology to help with water treatment.
Yeah, this is a really cool story. And so it is actually called Suspended Ion Exchange, or SIX. And this facility will be the first of its kind in North America and the largest installation in the world after it is built here in Tampa. So the new facility will be built at the David L. Tippin Water Treatment Facility. The city released a video showing how the process works, where massive tanks stir river water with special resin beads to remove organic matter and forever chemicals. Pilot testing confirmed that the system directly removes 30% of PFAS and 50% of organic matter before conventional treatment process even begins. Water officials noted during a press conference that it is unclear exactly what's causing the levels of PFAS in the river. However, they say the manufactured chemicals are found in common items like fast food packaging, pesticides, pizza boxes, cleaning products, and nonstick cookware. Officials explain that when these items sit in a landfill and get rained on, those chemicals actually seep into the water supply. Now, current PFAS levels can vary seasonally, and officials say there may be a little bit higher due to this recent drought that we're in. Now, during a 10-month pilot program, officials said the new process eliminated the need for certain treatment chemicals, which city leaders say translates to an annual projected savings of about $2 million. Now, this new technology will also position Tampa to meet upcoming drinking water regulations that are set by the EPA. Work on the facility is expected to start in about a year and a half, and the completion date is set for 2032. Garrett.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live now with our Florida Live forecast, and right on cue, another rumble of thunder here in Lake Mary.
Yeah, I feel like these storms have ignited pretty quickly, Garrett, through the late morning and through the early afternoon, all thanks to this cold front that is trying to drive itself through the heart of the state right now.
So what are we seeing out there right now?
So currently we do have a good amount of coverage of showers and thunderstorms. We've seen these really get going through the last couple of hours, and we do have a stronger storm that is now working through the heart of Orlando right now across the metro. So that's something we're going to continue to keep a close eye on. Plenty of storms up across northern Lake County, closer to, now getting into the villages, and we're seeing more in portions of northern Volusia and far southwestern Flagler. So if you are traveling, you're likely going to drive through some torrential rain. You'll likely hear some good rumbling in the sky, and definitely going to have that potential for some gusty wind and some smaller hail. The strongest storm right on top of the airport, so this may cause the potential for some brief delays out there. The special weather statement now through 2:45, you can see around 300 strikes almost in the last 15 minutes here. Could have some pea-sized hail, could have some wind gusts potentially up around 40 miles per hour or so, and another good little storm closer to East Lake Tahoe right along the turnpike. And we're going to see more of this activity as we head through the remainder of the day. Now, the potential is there that we see a couple of severe storms. This was just upgraded, so to speak, from a no risk today to this low end risk of severe weather from the Storm Prediction Center, including places like Orlando, Ocala, right up into our Fox 51 locales. So we'll have to watch out for gusty wind, potentially around 60 miles per hour, Garrett, and the potential for some smaller hail as well, and any of these storms that really intensify.
All right, so we will keep our eyes peeled then with that special weather statement giving us a little bit of an indication that we could see severe thunderstorm warnings, in the next little bit, potentially.
It's certainly a possibility, yeah. I know we had one that was issued yesterday. I don't think we're going to see anything widespread, but definitely some stronger storms through the remainder of the afternoon as we hear more thunder here outside our walls.
Yep, no doubt about that. Well, TJ, we appreciate you giving us the latest on that. If things do go severe, we'll check back in with you coming up in a little bit.
That sounds great. That sounds perfect, Garrett.
All right, we're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday. A lot of things to talk about in politics. I know we've been following today the Supreme Court decisions, but let's talk about some local politics here because there are a lot of things, a lot of topics to cover here. And so joining us live now to talk about some of the big things that are happening here in the Sunshine State, we've got Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter. Kimberly, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live.
Yeah, great to be here.
So let's start with Governor DeSantis and what you have termed the Shrinking Amendment 3 campaign. Some interesting remarks from the governor when it comes to what he's going to be doing or not doing when it comes to the property tax amendment.
Yeah, look, ever since the legislature put property tax cuts on the ballot, we've been wondering what the governor thought of it. I mean, he's the one who was pushing for property tax cuts. And then on Monday, he finally said that he did not plan to get involved in some kind of a big Amendment 3 push. If you recall, during the 2024 election, he decided to actively campaign against abortion and marijuana amendments and ended up being successful on both of those. And the governor says the reason he's not getting involved is because the property tax amendment falls short of what he'd asked for, and so he doesn't see any kind of an obligation to participate. Now, he does say that he thinks Floridians will vote for it and that he'll vote for it, but he is not going to do any kind of a big barnstorming of the state.
Which is certainly different than we have seen him, take to some previous amendments that he supported.
It's that, and it's also disappointing. I got a lot of, to Republicans, I got a lot of text messages from Republicans after he said that were pretty dismayed because they want to make sure they have good turnout. It's always harder for the party who's, who has someone in the White House to do well during the midterms. And so if they'd had, a governor who still remains very popular in Florida among Republicans, if they had him out front and center really, getting people excited about getting lower property taxes, they really felt like that could have helped them increase turnout and really solidify their margins. It's not that they think they're going to lose. It's just that, again, the political environment's difficult for them. And so they were disappointed about that. And there is also an Amendment 3 vote no campaign that has been formed. So I don't know if it's going to pass. I mean, it needs 60% of voters, and that's a pretty high threshold.
It is a pretty high threshold. We will continue to track that. Meanwhile, things heating up in the Republican primary for governor, where Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins filing a lawsuit to get James Fishback thrown off the ballot. What's the latest with this?
Yeah, I was waiting for this one because, we'd seen reporting, first of all, from the Orlando Sentinel that had pulled residency and voting records showing that, or at least suggesting that, James Fishback, who is this outsider, very provocative GOP candidate, could not legally run for governor of Florida because it indicated that he had residency in D.C. within the last 7 years and had voted in D.C. He says that the paperwork is false, that it's, inaccurate, et cetera. But Jay Collins, our lieutenant governor, sued over that this past week, and he wants to have this expedited and says that there should be a decision made either to get Fishback off the ballot or to have some sort of a notation on the ballot that says any votes toward Fishback won't count because he's not eligible. So a judge will be looking into that, I guess.
Now, finally, before we let you go here, Kimberly, talk with us about your takeaways from the Sunshine State Showdown over the weekend.
Oh, my goodness. Well, a few things. First of all, one of the biggest things people kept on pulling me aside to complain about was they were very, very disappointed that there wasn't a gubernatorial debate. I mean, I heard this from the party faithful. It wasn't like people, who were just attending. It was a lot of GOP chairs. They just really wanted to see each of the candidates showcased. Obviously, Representative Donalds is so far ahead of the competition, both in polling and fundraising. But that was just a big kind of theme that sort of was a big letdown for a lot of people heading into the weekend. The other big messaging strategy that I think will lead into what we see during the midterms is that Republicans are looking at what's happening in other parts of the U.S. where progressive Democrats have done very well, and they're warning that essentially Democrats are all socialists, that they're going to try to, turn the country into this, kind of leftist nightmare is the way that they put it. And so that is kind of their scare messaging that they use. There are a lot of reasons people go to the the polls, and fear is one of them. And the idea of socialism, and especially here in South Florida, is terrifying to a lot of voters. And so I really saw each speaker get up there and kind of take the baton on that. You know, President Trump has talked about that a lot as well. And so that really was the theme that all the speakers leaned in on.
All right, Politico Florida reporter Kimberly Leonard, Florida Playbook author. We always enjoy speaking with you on these Tuesday segments. Thanks so much for talking politics with us, Kimberly.
Same, thank you.
We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we'll get you to this news conference about the moon base. Keep it right here. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. I want to let you know a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Orange County till 3 o'clock. It includes Orange County, Lake County as well. So West Central, Lake County, Northwestern Orange County. We'll get TJ in here to track that for us coming up in just a couple of minutes. Right now, let's go ahead and listen in live as we are hearing updates from NASA, the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, and this is Carlos Garcia Galan, the program manager of Moonbase, speaking right now. So let's go ahead and listen in live as they're talking about Artemis 3 and the Moonbase.
And also looking at other options in case, doesn't meet our timeline. So we're paying a lot of attention, again, putting the entire NASA capability at the service of making this vendor successful. So the second one is Astrobotic Griffin 1 mission. Is being built out in Pittsburgh, and I was also there recently with Bunny Suterall, looking at all the aspects of that lander, and it's looking great. Also almost ready for complete assembly. What they're going to do now, I think they're almost ready to put it in the box, send it to JPL, will undergo environmental testing, and then it'll get back to Pittsburgh, put the engine on, and then go to KSC, where it will meet a very exciting payload, the Flip rover that Astrolab is developing in the LA area. And then that one also will be ready to go, expected to launch this year. And then Intuitive Machines in Houston, Texas, they're building the Nova C lander, another version of their Nova C lander. And that also is looking pretty good. They just finished putting the top deck of it with propellant tanks and all of that stuff. They're also doing engine testing. Actually, when I was there, I got to witness some of that engine testing. Always exciting there. So great progress. Actually, being able to see moon.
So we've got this moon base update that's going on right now. We're going to live stream that for you on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page, so you can watch that there. Because right now, I want to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live right now as we track this new severe thunderstorm warning for part of Lake County and part of Orange County. And TJ, when you were just walking in here just a minute ago, you said you're not surprised that it got to this point. Things were kind of pointing that way when we talked, 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, and that was for those storms that were across the heart of Orange County, Garrett, and they're still pretty strong, but this one certainly looks stronger, hence that severe thunderstorm warning. And as you mentioned, it is in effect until 3 o'clock here. You can see it for north central Lake County as all this is kind of drifting to the south-southwest around 15 to 20 miles per hour or so. So heads up in the villages, heads up in Leesburg. This includes Eustis, it includes Tavares, and it'll eventually head down toward Astatula, heading right for the turnpike and kind of hugging the US 27, this part of US 27 in Lake County. So let me stop the lapse here and we'll kind of zoom in and talk a little more about the impacts. A lot of lightning with this. I want to turn on our lightning counter here. And this isn't just this storm, but kind of in this whole area on our map, around 436 strikes within the last 15 minutes. So a ton of lightning with all of this. So you're definitely hearing some rumbles, some bangs and booms across areas like Mount Dora, up toward Umatilla, back toward Fruitland Park, Coleman, essentially along the turnpike in US 27 in this part of Lake County. But there could be the potential in this cell for some smaller hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Right now, this is warned for penny-sized hail. The bigger concern is the gusty wind, potentially in excess of 60 miles per hour, as this tracks to the south-southwest at around 10 to 20 miles per hour. So I do want to look and try to see where some of that hail is right now. It looks like the best bet for some of that penny-sized hail would essentially be between the villages and Fruitland Park. And you can kind of see that area of pink there. That's that possibility of some of that penny-sized hail. And when you're looking at the radar, you can see some of the pinks popping up as well. So that's where that hail is possibly getting picked up on radar. Now, in terms of the wind, you can see some of the right now, the good news is with all this activity today, we don't have a ton of wind shear in the atmosphere. So thankfully, there's really no big tornado threat with any of this activity, unless a storm merges with another. And sometimes that can promote some broad rotation. But really, it is the potential for just the damaging straight line wind with this. And you can see right now the greens, and it doesn't look like, at least at this current time, the wind on radar, it's only showing around 20, maybe 30 miles per hour. Looks like there's a little area up closer to the villages there, 30 miles per hour. And this is coming out of our Melbourne radar, so it is shooting a little farther away. And typically that means that we could see the potential for the radar to show gustier wind. But in this case right now, we're not getting too much indicated on radar, but it doesn't mean that we can't have the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Obviously, when the National Weather Service issues these, Garrett, that's certainly they're looking at tons of data, as are we. So that potential is certainly there, and that's something we're going to continue to monitor. Now it looks like maybe even some hail getting picked up west of Tavares as well.
Now the lightning strike seems like quite a bit of lightning with this storm.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, we have a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and sometimes that can promote more in the way of lightning. We saw that yesterday with the coverage, and really, as you zoom things on out, this is their only severe storm, but a lot of these storms are packing a bit of a punch, whether that be around Orlando, back down into central Polk County, and even what's developing up closer to northern Volusia County, north of DeLand, a nice little storm as well, with some lightning and some torrential rain. It's all thanks to this cold front that is working in actually from the northeast. This disturbance kind of rounding this big heat dome, this ridge of high pressure, and this front, you would think, hey, maybe we'll get some relief from the heat and humidity. That's what's actually fueling the storms today, Garrett, and it doesn't look like we're going to get much relief from this front, despite it kind of working in and helping to ignite these storms.
So we've got a QR code on your screen right now. We are asking folks who may be in the middle of the storm right now, let us know what you're seeing. Obviously, we don't want you putting yourself in any danger going outside if it's hailing or anything like that. But if you are able to safely get some photos or videos, send them our way. You can scan that QR code that you see on your screen right there. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/share and submit those photos that way. Again, photos, videos, whatever you might be seeing where you are, if you're part of this severe thunderstorm warning, or if you see some of those clouds maybe heading your direction, whatever you're seeing, even if you're not part of that severe thunderstorm warning, because we are seeing, as TJ just pointed out to us, strong storms in other parts of the state as well. Just let us know what you're seeing so that we can kind of keep an eye on those conditions throughout the afternoon here. So again, this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 3 o'clock. TJ, you got this. Let's pull this back up here because you've got a great live picture seeing some of the conditions in Mount Dora, right?
Yeah, Mount Dora included in this warning, Gary. It's really carrying on. You see the trees really blowing. I mean, whitecaps really on Lake Dora right now. In visibility, you can see barely getting a glimpse of what's just off the dock. So this is what you're going to be driving through if you happen to be traveling in the vicinity of this storm. So like you just said, Gary, you definitely do not want to be, if you don't have to travel through this, don't. But if that rain gets so tough for you to drive through, you can always pull over and wait for it to pass. But it definitely looks like blinding rain here, and obviously some lightning too, going to continue to impact this part of Lake County.
TJ, walk us through where this storm is heading next. Obviously right now we see the areas that are dealing with this at this very moment. Another 17 minutes or so until the severe thunderstorm warning ends. And so what can we expect over the next 15 minutes or so? What's going to be happening there, and what folks who may not be necessarily seeing some of the main impacts just yet, what do they need to watch out for over the next little bit?
So right now, I mean, thankfully, where it is a more populated area of Lake County, Garrett, but you can kind of see we just drew out this not cone, but the areas impacted along the heart of this severe storm. And it's definitely going to get into Claremont, but right now nothing actually popping up in this so to speak, box of towns that will be impacted. I think it's still a fairly rural part of Lake County, but it's certainly going to eventually get to Claremont, and it may even get to Ocoee, but certainly Claremont, Montverde, and eventually getting into Ashtabula. So let me zoom in, and we'll try to draw this out. But I would say next, it's going to definitely impact you in Ashtabula. The potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, the potential for some hail. This is what we call our triple threat. It not only looks at the rain, but it also shows you where that potential is for hail. And you can see that essentially, like we mentioned, just to the west of Tavares, up to Leesburg, Fruitland Park, just to the south of the villages. And there could be some hail just to the east of Eustis as well. You can see, again, what I kind of showed you earlier on. I think the best bet for it was just to the north and east of Fruitland Park a little bit ago. But we're going to watch this all work farther to the south into Lake County and eventually closing in on Ashtabula. But for still not seeing, at least on radar, again, sometimes on the ground, things can certainly be a little different. It looked really gusty in Mount Dora, but you're looking at some of what we call these pixels here on radar. What the radar is looking at is the wind here, the storm wind that is going to potentially be rushing out of this storm, around 30 miles per hour. There could be some areas, like if I click right there, that's picking up around 50 to 60 miles per hour. So some parts of the area certainly going to have that potential for wind gusts up beyond 50 to 60 miles per hour. But it's certainly not for everyone. But if you are in this storm, you definitely don't want to be traveling. You definitely don't want to be outside. So make sure you get into a sturdy building. But kind of resetting the severe thunderstorm warning right now includes Leesburg, Tavares, Eustis, Umatilla now out of the worst of it, but essentially anywhere from the Villages down to Fruitland Park, Leesburg, Tavares, down through about Zellwood, kind of hugging US 441 Garrett 27 in the Turnpike this warning in effect for the next just about 15 minutes. And we'll have to see if the National Weather Service decides to pull the trigger and include it for, farther southbound to include, places like Claremont and eventually Montford.
Let me show you right now. This is Orange County Fire Station 20 in Zellwood, looking toward the sky there. You can see, Zellwood kind of right on the edge of that warning right now. And here's some of the clouds, some of what you're looking at there as you see some of those storms in that area. TJ, anything stand out to you there? We also have, let me give you a live look. This is more toward, give me 1 second just to give you I know it's State Road 46 in Lake County, but a little more north of there, I think more toward, let me see here where exactly that is, but you can see the rain coming down. That's a little closer certainly to Mount Dora, and so you're seeing more of the impacts and the rain
Sure.
that is falling in that area.
And one good thing, at least with this latest sweep of radar, Garrett, it looks like the hail. It might be mixed again. There could be some really small hail, just to the west of Tavares, just to the east of Leesburg, kind of splitting, the two communities. But I would say the bigger concern with this is certainly the torrential rain, the potential for the gusty wind, as well as the frequent lightning. Yeah, I mean, just in the last 15 minutes, looking at this cluster of storms as a whole, around 360 strikes, which is a ton of lightning. So I mean, it's certainly rocking and rolling across Lake and Sumter County. And now Sumter County is not under that warning. It's just for north central, Lake County and far northwestern Orange County. But we'll definitely be watching this as it continues to dive southbound in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, we are going to keep an eye on this. Right now, we're going to step aside, let me open my mic there so you can hear me a little better. We are going to continue to track this. We are keeping an eye on that about another 11, 12 minutes before that severe thunderstorm warning, as it stands right now, would expire, if it is allowed to expire, not extended. So we're keeping an eye on that. We also, before we go to break here, want to know what you are seeing, where you are. Again, scan that QR code that you see on your screen. You can just point your smartphone camera at that, and that will kind of pop up a link. You click it, upload a picture, upload a video. Again, only if you're able to do so safely. We don't want you putting yourself in any sort of danger, but we would like to know what you're seeing, what conditions are like where you are, especially when it comes to things like the hail.
Yeah.
We know the potential is out there so if you are seeing that and you can get a video maybe from your porch from inside safely, we would love to know what you're seeing, because that's something that can kind of be hard to know exactly what the conditions are like on the ground.
For sure. And it can change so drastically from, one block to the next, one town to the next, Garrett, and it still, that potential is there for the penny-sized hail. And if we were to see some of that, it now looks like it's just to the south of Tavares. I'm sure if you live in Ashtabula and you are looking northbound, I'm sure it looks quite ominous. So if you were in Ashtabula and you are doing anything outdoors, I'm sure you've gotten the alerts on your phone through the Fox Local app or the Fox 35 Storm Team app, but if you don't have those apps, it'd be a good idea to download those. You'll get those alerts, because I'm sure we still could have the potential for more stronger to even severe storms through the remainder of the day. But definitely want to seek shelter and get indoors if you can. And I know we showed it just a minute ago, Garrett, but you can see it. It's still that's our live camera just on the shores of Lake Dora, where it is still. The visibility greatly reduced.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So certainly something to keep in mind. We are going to take a quick break here. Before we do, though, let me give you a live look. This is on the Turnpike, just in Oakland, so kind of between Claremont and Winter Garden, and you can see some of those ominous clouds out there. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, along with Box 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, and we are tracking severe thunderstorm warning through in Central Florida, and are also wondering what you are seeing out there. So we've been asking folks to send in pictures, send in videos, whatever you can, safely, of course, as we track this severe thunderstorm warning until 3 o'clock for part of Lake County, part of Orange County specifically. So we did just get a submission from Barbara, who sent us this, live in Tavares, directly on Lake Eustis. The gusts remind me of hurricane-type winds. TJ, look at the waves there.
Wow.
In this photo on Lake Eustis.
I mean, if you didn't know any better, it looked like you were standing on the shores of the Atlantic or the Gulf. I mean, those are some major whitecaps on Lake Eustis. Like, it just goes to show how strong the wind is.
Yeah, exactly. And is that kind of the main thing we're looking at? One of the main threats with this severe thunderstorm warning right now, or what are we seeing?
That's certainly the main concern. It was warned for that 60-mile-per-hour plus potential, Garrett, in this whole area of Lake County and the northwestern Orange County. There was the potential for some smaller hail, some penny-sized hail, but it looks like, just looking at radar, you're kind of looking for it shows that potential for hail kind of in this general area, but it looks like some of those quote-unquote hail cores have kind of faded. So really, it's the gusty wind, it is the torrential rain, and it's the frequent lightning. Now, looking at the potential for some stronger wind here, you can kind of see the lighter shades of green splitting Taveri, splitting Leesburg, and we can try to give you a better glimpse at what the wind is doing here. Again, this is from radar, so the photo that Barb just sent, that's really good. It just shows you how windy things are on the ground. And I mean, that's 31 miles per hour. That's sub-severe, but there is another little area here pretty close to Lock Haven, up closer to Mount Dora, and that's showing 55 miles per hour. So what the radar is picking up on, still the potential for some gusty wind. Another area up here, that's showing 57 miles per hour, so really close to severe strength wind, definitely in that 50 to 60 mile per hour realm. And it looks like now getting that up closer to Ashtabula there. You can kind of see right in here, that's 86 miles per hour. Now, granted, this is shooting a little bit above the ground, but that is certainly severe. So we're going to have to watch Ashtabula. If you're in Ashtabula, this storm is now knocking on your door. Definitely need to get inside your safe zone now, and inside a sturdy building. And if we've seen the rain, Garrett, how heavy the rain is, and you can see it's still dumping. The visibility has improved now. We can actually see across some of Lake Dora, where just moments ago we couldn't. So that's a good sign. It looks like it's starting to press farther south of Mount Dora. But I'll be curious to see. It still looks like the potential for this warning to maybe get extended further into time here as we get past the 3 o'clock hour. But at least for now, it is warned until 3 o'clock. So we'll see what the National Weather Service decides to do here in the next 5 minutes or so.
And we're getting some more submissions as well. This is from, and thank you, Barbara, for showing us what it looked like there on Lake Eustis. Simon sending us this in. So he's in St. Cloud right now in Osceola County, a little south of where we have been tracking the severe thunderstorm warning, but an area that is still seeing some strong storms as well, saying they are seeing quite a bit of lightning with the storm where they are in St. Cloud. Yeah, around 100 strikes here, Garrett, just south of St. Cloud within the last 15 minutes. So if you're traveling down US 192 from St. Cloud to a place like Harmony, I'm sure it looks really threatening, and you're probably hearing some big old booms, and another solid downpour pretty close to Kissimmee. So yeah, Osceola County is certainly getting in on some storms. Another one that's essentially just southwest of the Turnpike, essentially directly south of Kissimmee. All right, so we've got less than a minute now left here on Florida Live. We will keep tracking as needed on our digital platforms, Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, YouTube, Facebook, that kind of thing. But just in the last 30 seconds here, TJ, just kind of, for those who are watching on TV, just kind of let us know what we're kind of watching out for. Sure. So if you're just joining us, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for portions of northwestern Orange County and north central Lake County. It's slated to expire within the next minute, but 60 mile per hour wind gusts plus possible, and torrential rain, tons of lightning, so nothing you want to be out and about in, that's for sure. That is for sure. Let me give you a live look right now. Zellwood, where now that rain has arrived. So we'll keep tracking this. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, showing this live image right now. Zellwood, where you can see the rain falling.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
and I just meant to hit the transition and instead played the show open there. But we've got some good news for those who have been following with us over the last half an hour as we were tracking that severe thunderstorm warning, because TJ, you say the National Weather Service going to allow that, or has allowed that at this point, to expire.
Yeah, for sure. And it's still a stronger storm. It looks like they've even let go, at least from our system right now, Garrett, of the special weather statement, which is kind of the downgrade, if you will, from a severe thunderstorm warning. Typically, you can still have wind gusts up between 40 and 50 miles per hour, the potential for some pea-sized hail, but the storm we were watching was in northern Lake County. Still, it looks like there's some potential for some hail. It's kind of picking back up here at this latest sweep, so we'll watch that. Northern Sumter County right along I-75, essentially just to the southwest of the village, is now about to move into Coleman, a stronger storm there. And then I know we just had a viewer submission, Garrett, from Osceola County, including St. Cloud, and there's also a special weather statement down that way as well, and that one's still the potential for some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, just really to the southern side of St. Cloud, and then over farther to the west of the turnpike there for that part of Osceola County. So right now, everything's sub-severe, but as you zoom out, I mean, a lot of storms around Central Florida as a whole, and it's going to be a fairly stormy evening as this weak front, this cold front, kind of stalls out across the area, continues to drift to the southwest.
The Orlando International Airport under a ground stop until 3:45. That's going to cause major headaches throughout the evening. Obviously, we know there's always a ripple effect with that, and that will have been in place for a while. So going to continue to see those impacts. Folks have also been sending in some photos, some videos. Barbara sent us some great photo of Lake Eustis. Kind of crazy to see the waves, the whitecaps on Lake Eustis and Tavares. Simon in St. Cloud sent us a photo showing some of the lightning there. We've got more here, including, let me see here. Actually, there's TJ. I'm just hitting all the wrong buttons today. It's okay. Kate sending us this in, showing some of the clouds in her area. 34473, that's Marion Oaks in the Ocala area, and so a little more north of where we've been tracking, but you can see the clouds there in some of those photos and videos that she sent us, TJ.
And it's looking like, Garrett, I mean, I know it's kind of tough to tell the vantage point where she's shooting, you know, north or southbound. I would almost think it might be what is south of Ocala. It looks like that there's that potential there for, you know, it's still a strong storm. It's not severe, but just to the south and west of Ocala, south and west of Bellevue, there's still a special weather statement out for that, for some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts and potentially some small hail there. And of course, tons of lightning and torrential rain.
Raina, are those all the submissions we have, or do we have more? That's it for now. All right. So we really appreciate everyone sending those. Continue to send those in. You know, what you're seeing, even though the severe thunderstorm warnings have expired right now, obviously continuing to watch the potential, the chance that there are more throughout the evening. Yeah,
we still have that risk, Garrett, and this was upgraded earlier on this afternoon. Didn't have one this morning, but it does include a good bit of the peninsula all the way back up into Tallahassee and Pensacola. But, you know, for essentially our viewing area here across Central Florida, you know, a good bit of Orange, Osceola, Polk, Lake, Marion, and Sumter counties back out toward the Tampa metro. So this means that, you know, a couple of storms could turn severe through the remainder of the evening, with certainly that main concern, the gusty wind as we progress through the remainder of our Tuesday.
So we will continue to keep an eye out for that, TJ. We know you'll cut in as needed. If you'll join us back if you need to in the next little bit as well. I know you've got Weather Plus coming up in just a little bit as well. So we appreciate you tracking those storms with us. It's the reason we've got Fox Local, so folks can stay on top of whatever's happening. Yeah. And we know it's always busy, you know, when we're talking about these summer storms and just the chance that something could go severe and kind of get to to a little more dangerous point.
For sure, yeah, and you know, it's typically the sea breeze, of course, that we always say that drives our storm threat. But today we actually have a front that's kind of in relation to this big old area of high pressure that is bringing extreme heat to so many across the nation. But for us, we kind of call it the ring of fire, Garrett. We see these disturbances work around you know, that ridge, and in this case, one is, you know, trekked down all the way toward us here in Florida, and is driving up, you know, more widespread storms for us today.
Well, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
We will go ahead and let him go, and we'll continue to track those storms as needed. I do want to give you a quick update on a story we've been following the past few days here on Fox 35 News Plus as we track some breaking news here. FWC now identifying the 31-year-old woman who was killed after being bitten by an alligator. 31-year-old Brittany Clark, the Orlando native who was swimming with some friends in the Little Big Econ River in Seminole County over the weekend, bitten by an alligator. We had that update from FWC yesterday as they have taken in and killed 2 alligators that could have been responsible for this, a 13-foot alligator and a 12.5-foot alligator that they have found and are testing to see. Still investigating this, but again, 31-year-old Brittany Clark, the victim who has now been identified in this deadly alligator attack on Sunday in Geneva. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and get you back to this NASA conversation about the moon base live right now.
For years, I think 15 and 6 years or something like that. So if we have a capability like that, we could choose to really and embark in long traverses and hit several of these areas where there's permanently shattered areas. And who knows what other payloads we can put in there depending on the payload capacity.
Yeah, I think that's, to be very clear, these are 2 very different category of vehicles right now. And one being nuclear powered, it has an RTG on it. This is how it survives for an extremely long time in a very challenging environment on the surface of Mars, equally so on the south pole of the moon. So it gives us a lot of options to be working in those permanently shaded regions a lot longer than Viper would survive. So great capability, something that taxpayers already invested into, and we outfit it a little bit differently, put some different instruments on it, and it's going to be a highly capable vehicle for the South Pole Moon, and we can get it there fast versus any kind of new project. So something we're pretty excited about, Promise.
And we have time for just a few more questions. Ryan Caton of NASAspaceflight.com asked, why is there only one EVA suit provider when there are 2 lander providers? Is NASA actively seeking another suit provider?
So there was 2 providers. And one of them dropped out rather recently, and it's a vendor that we count on for other components to support the Artemis program, even beyond the suits, and we're trying to play an active role in that. I think at this point, as I stated publicly, we are going to put all of our resources into driving outcomes. We're doing it with our landers, we're doing it on the Ignition Initiative, and we're doing it on the suit. And we've had a lot of people, since my meeting with Axiom earlier this year, embedded into their operation. I've seen the suits in testing. I've seen NASA astronauts in suits doing, simulations that would be and gathering data that would be applicable for lunar operations. So, we did have 2. One dropped out. We've made our bet on this. We're putting all our resources in to try and drive to a successful outcome. If there is any indication that timelines will not be met, we are not giving up our timeline to return astronauts to the lunar surface because we don't have a suit ready. So as long as everything's tracking, we're going to continue to be very supportive partners in this. If anything goes off course from that, well then, similar to, as by policy and applicable to any of our Ignition initiatives, we'll step in and ensure that we're able to meet our timelines.
Marcia Dunn of the AP asks, as NASA moves from flags and footprints exploration toward a sustained moon base, what specific human systems lessons, such as crew autonomy, habitability, governance, or psychological resilience, do you think must be proven on the moon before NASA can responsibly send crews to Mars?
Well, look, we've been learning an awful lot on the International Space Station in microgravity on how to keep human beings alive. Like, just human physiology and psychology are both very applicable on deep space missions. Now, what'll be interesting to see is how that changes in 1/6 gravity. Is that take as much of a toll on the human body, as it does spending 9 months or a year, in microgravity on the International Space Station. But this is why it's the next logical progression. There is much still to learn before we send humans 9 months away or so from Earth on potentially like a 2-year type mission to Mars. So we've done an awful lot at the International Space Station. We will continue to do so. It is still a great area for research and a proving ground, just as we're going to take some of the Axiom suits up to the ISS in either late 27 or early 28, ideally late 27, before we take them to the surface of the moon. We still can do a lot on the ISS, but we will do an awful lot at our moon base. When you're 4 days away from coming home, if something is problematic, instead of what potentially could be more than a year. So this is the next logical step on the journey, where we should be very grateful we have a moon in such proximity to work with.
And before we get to our next couple of questions, I do want to acknowledge this special visitor that came to us here at NASA HQ, soon to be on the moon.
That's the challenge. Okay, so Team USA, get the job done, and we've already sent it to the International Space Station. The next one is you have to find a way to get this on a lander.
All right, pretty light. I think we can work with the volume. So it's all on the U.S. men's national team. So good luck. Let's go.
Joey Roulette from Reuters asks, what is the Promised Lander? Which NASA center does it come from? And why haven't we heard about it before?
Well, it always, it existed. So, when I was making my way around to all the centers, and we went to, it's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. It's JPL who takes care of Perseverance and Curiosity. And I was like, okay, so this is 1 for 1, of the actual, the flight hardware that's on Mars right now. And makes sense very early on, right? If you're, you've got some sort of just like we have hardware in the loop tables here, or Iron Birds you may have heard of. We got a problem, we might want to test it out on that before we upload it to, you know, a vehicle that's actually in space or on the surface of Mars. But we've had years now of experience operating the 2 rovers on the surface of Mars, and we've got this hardware that the taxpayers have invested a lot in. So the question was posed, what if we send it to the moon? And JPL is great about these good ideas. So no surprise. I mean, they've got Moonfall, they've got Skyfall. They obviously make great videos. So for promise, but it's existed. You just didn't know its name, and you may not have seen it very often if you weren't at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. But it's probably going to find its way to the lunar South Pole.
And last question here. Ken Chang with the New York Times said, I believe Jared said the robotic landings would begin in 2027. Are Moonbase 1, 2, and 3 now all delayed to 2027?
No, we expect to have at least one mission in 26 with Astrobotic. But, you know, things happen, and we'll keep monitoring. I described the hardware earlier. It's looking great. The landers are looking great. So we have some confidence that we're going to make it in 26, and if not, it will be very early in 27.
Well, it sounds like there's a lot to look forward to and a lot to be excited about. Before we close this up, I want to ask if either of y'all have any closing thoughts that you want to share with our audience today.
I guess I'll start with, I mentioned all the great hardware that is being developed. Every NASA center, it's invested in this, from science to technology to facilities that we're now consolidating and investing on to be able to meet the demand and help the whole enterprise of getting to the moon base, and industry. And in the future, who knows, we may be adding contributions for international partners. I feel like we're in the cusp of doing something great, and we're starting to see some progress on it. So super excited about it.
Yeah, what a time, right? I mean, there's just so many reasons to be excited and enthusiastic around here. I mean, my appreciation, the entire NASA workforce has responded so well coming from the Ignition event. Everybody's working incredibly hard to kind of, again, to deliver the outcomes that we're all eager to see right now. I mean, you launched a flawless Artemis 2 mission. You announced Artemis 3. We're go for stacking. You know, we're pulling in Artemis 4 hardware. We're looking for opportunities to pull in Artemis 5 hardware. We're moving very quickly on Moonbase. We've got Plan A's, Plan B's, depending on launch vehicle hardware that's going to be available. We're rebuilding our X-plane portfolio around here, by the way. The X-59 is doing great. It's flying a bunch. It's quiet, supersonic profile. We're looking forward to seeing a lot more of it, but we're rebuilding an X-plane portfolio. You're going to see in the days ahead some of NASA's fleet of aircraft, participating in our 250th birthday celebration here over our nation's capital and other locations. So we're taking our fleet out on the road. So you'll see it, especially a lot of the space themed air shows around the country right now. You got Roman that's arrived at Kennedy Space Center, so we're going to see that. We continue to get earlier on our time frame on that. So before the end of August, we should see Roman fly. We've got a rescue mission going up, being launched off of an L-1011 Pegasus out at Kwajalein, which could be tomorrow. So there's just a lot of exciting things going on. Not to mention we got a crew up on the International Space Station doing just awesome work. So I think, to your point, the entire agency is coming together. Our international partners are all making big statements and commitments in support of the moon base right now. It's just an exciting time to be at NASA. So I hope everyone's tuning in, paying attention. We'll be back with you in a month, give you the next moon base update number 3 as we continue to make progress and try and change the world in air and space.
So to wrap this up, if you go to nasa.gov.
A moon base update in 1 month after today's update. Meanwhile, I want to give you a live look at some breaking news in Pennsylvania, Salem, Pennsylvania, where a freight train has derailed. These live images coming courtesy WTXF, where police, fire, EMS, hazmat teams are on the way to a train derailment, again, between Street Road, Neshaminy Falls train station. About 5 to 10 derailed freight cars right now. Officials on the ground right now say they are assessing the contents of those train cars. We don't know right now what may have been in them, and if there is a hazardous situation there. Again, hazmat teams currently on the way as of the latest information. Right now, they are urging folks to stay away from that and shelter in place until they have more information. Again, this is in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. So just a national story here that we will continue to monitor throughout the evening. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and we are counting down to the next U.S. men's national team game in the World Cup. You heard them talking about it in that NASA update just a little bit ago. We are getting ready for that game tomorrow night, 8 o'clock in Santa Clara, California, Levi's Stadium, home of the San Francisco 49ers. U.S. men's national team going to be playing Bosnia and Herzegovina in their first game in the round of 32, which is a knockout round, so win or go home at this point. We heard from players of the U.S. men's national team speaking earlier today as they finish up preparations for the big game tomorrow night.
In a good way, we deserve to be here, and we just have to keep going in the same way.
We've gotten to the point in the tournament now where penalties could decide your fate. What's your sort of philosophy on taking them and choose a side and go? There's been people like, what's your philosophy?
I think everyone has a different way of taking a penalty. It depends on the keeper. I think also in the game a little bit, if you're confident or not. Now for me, if it comes to penalties, I'm one of them who is confident enough to take one. So, but in the end, it's up to the coaches who they pick.
Talk a little bit about your relationship with the central part of your time at Venezuela. You're capable of playing a variety of positions, including further forward. Where is your favourite position, and why has it worked so far in the World Cup?
I don't really have a favourite, to be honest. If I play, and that's the most important. It's amazing to play with Tyler. He's a great guy. He's a great player. I just like to be in the middle. I like to be involved in the game, and I think this position here suits me really good. Lose my mind on speaker. It feels good, yes, but Now, for me, I'm only one of the players in the team, and for me, the team is more important than me. And of course, it's amazing to hear, amazing, it's a good feeling, but yeah, the team is more important, and the win is more important than my ratings.
U.S. is my favorite tomorrow against Belgium. What do you think about Belgium team? What kind of game?
It's a tough team. They have quality players. I know some of their players. I played against some of their players, and I think it will be an interesting game. And of course, I think we should be confident enough to go into this game and try to win it.
You're talking about the team, and obviously, you guys are wrestling. I think every goal that's been scored with each stage has been a whole team affair, celebrating, being together. Can you just talk about that bond?
I think this is what the coach brings into this team. I think we are, as you said, we are one family. We fight for each other, and we try to be there for each other. And then, of course, those goals are the best part to celebrate it together. Of course, we lost a good player, but it's his decision. I mean, I was in a similar place. Yes, it's his own decision, and I think for a player it's more important that you feel good about it, and I think that's what it does.
America has really rallied behind this team. How do you feel that perhaps impacts you or even moves you both on the pitch and off?
It gives you the extra push, I would say, especially in the games. I think the atmosphere so far has been great in every game, and definitely helps us to gain some momentum.
Last question. Just interested in your thoughts of a team like Paraguay beating a team like Germany yesterday. If you take anything away from that, just in terms of the sort of anything can happen aspect of it.
I think don't take it too easy on anyone. I think respect everyone and try to give it your best in every action.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
So preparations continue. U.S. men's national team Bosnia tomorrow, 8 o'clock, Levi's Stadium. That's in Santa Clara, California. And you'll be able to watch that game on Fox 35. Well, we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. Been a busy day, tracking a lot of breaking news here today. You can stay tuned for Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up in just a couple of minutes. Then after that, the 407, Fox 35 News at 5, and the News Edge at 6. So thanks for joining us. News is always on here on Fox Local. Hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you back here tomorrow.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.